Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
What is up, everybody? We are live, and it is a wonderful Friday evening. It is the weekend. Hallelujah, the weekend is here. It's been a week of hard work, you know. Y'all just ready to unwind. We're going to get into some Panthers topics. But before we do, if you like the video, if you like the stream, if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page. Keep pounding in all caps the group page for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. Plus, schedules for when I am streaming. Alright, let's get into this. So, first topic of discussion. Shout out to Terrius. Shout out to Ellen. How y'all doing today on Facebook? For all the people that were already on here, I already shouted y'all out. But, hey, we get knee deep into this discussion because the contract has been nullified in York County. That's the first topic here. So, what does that mean for how we do business in South Carolina going forward, and how we do business with the Panthers going forward if you're in South Carolina? looking at it from the other end of the perspective. Now, hot take on this right now is that deal should have never been made to begin with. Look, man, if you're paying with bonds to begin with, and we all know you don't have the money, why are you doing business with David Tepper, a billionaire? Why are you trying to do business with him? It started out bad. It started out bad to begin with. And it made the whole state of South Carolina look bad. But really, it was York County's screw up. It really was. If you want to get technical. And believe me, this week I have had to get technical with at least 3 different posts and respond to that. Because, listen, man, there's so many people that don't like South Carolina that are up in North Carolina that try to throw shade at us down here. And they want to act like the whole state is at fault. And it's not. I've had to respond to 3 of those posts in this past week. 3 or 4 of them. And I'm not happy that I had to do that. And these people, I feel like I'm just feeding trolls at this point. But y'all just need to stop. Okay? It's 2 states, 1 team. It has always been that way from the very beginning. We played our inaugural game in Clemson's Death Valley. We had our preseason games in Columbia. I mean, come on. Without South Carolina's help, Charlotte wouldn't have gotten half the help they needed to get started in Charlotte. Let's be real. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. And I don't care. Because look, man. It's 2 states, 1 team. Always has been. If you can't deal with that, I'm sorry to tell you. You just not living in reality. And I'm honestly getting tired of responding to posts like that. So y'all just stop, please. Just stop. It ain't healthy. It's causing more division within the fan base, which we don't need. We got enough going on already. If it ain't Cam Newton, if it ain't the stadium, if it ain't Matt Rule, if it ain't the stadium itself, you know, if it ain't Ben McAdoo, the newest one, if it ain't Robbie Anderson, come on, man. Stop. It's always going to be something, man. Why do we need to stay divided as a fan base? It's not healthy. That's why I keep telling y'all, man, we need a mindset change. We need a culture change. We need to bring this entire fan base back together like it was when we were on those playoff runs, man. Back in 14 and 15. Back when everybody loved this team. You know, you're still going to have the small amount of haters, but still, their job is to hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're always going to have that 25% that's going to hate anyway. But how about the rest of us? You know? Ever since that fateful 2016 season, everybody's been at each other's throats in these comment posts, man. I'm telling you. It's nutty. We need to come together. That's the simple matter right there. So, everything has been canceled in York. Y'all need to stop this rumor that the Panthers are moving out of Charlotte. Y'all need to stop this rumor that Tepper is going to do this or do that. He ain't going to do nothing. Look, y'all. Just because this training camp thing hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean that we ain't gonna have a training camp. We still gonna have it in Spartanburg. It ain't moving till we get a stadium, a new training facility built. So I don't see why everybody's panicking. All you got to do is just renew the whole thing with Wofford. I'm sure they would be more than happy to host us again. You know? Yeah, and I enjoy going up there. It's a great campus. It's a great practice field. You know? I love it. You know, so I'm happy either way. Whether we get that place up in York County or whether we end up in Spartanburg again. Cool with me either way. For the people in the Carolinas, you know, that travel around to these camps. Excuse me, y'all. Allergies have been kicking my butt all weekend. All week, really. Too. But yeah, I generally enjoy it. I don't mind traveling. And, yeah, it's just one of those things. We weren't able to work out a deal, but it's York's problem, man. York was the one at fault. Technically, York's city council, really. The mayor and all that. The people of York are not at fault. Okay? Tepper is not at fault. The entire state of South Carolina is not at fault. So if you want to blame somebody, blame them. You can't just come in there with a handful of bonds and say, oh, well, come on in, Mr. Tepper, let's sign some contracts, and then 3 months later find out you didn't even have the bonds to begin with. Enough to pay the workers or do any of that stuff. Like, York City Council, come on, man. Did y'all even think this through? Did y'all even think this through? You got how many workers on that job? How many contracts have to be signed with contractors? How many companies are investing and waiting for an opportunity to make money off that property? You know, by building their businesses nearby. Or the existing businesses would make money off of it. You know, all the tourism. All the restaurants. You know, all the hotels would make money off that stuff. Come on, man. Well, I should say future hotels, really, because Tepper's really was going to fully expand that area into that whole mess, you know. And you had all these future business owners waiting. You had all these future hotel owners sitting at the table waiting. And you can't pay any of these workers with bonds? York. Really? Really, York? You made the entire state of South Carolina look bad. It's embarrassing. If you didn't have the money, you should have just said so from the very get-go. I understand COVID kind of came out of nowhere. I get it. But still, 2 to 3 years down the road, when the times come to pay the bill, COVID or no COVID, if you ain't got the money, you are screwed. Tepper's going to say, Nope, nope, nope. Stop. 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 He ain't gonna make all these people work. He actually did the right thing. Because why should they work when they're not even going to get paid? So I support Mr. Tepper on this one. All these people have to make money, pay their bills, you know, put food on the table for their families. How are they going to do that if they're not getting paid by the city of York? Uh-huh. What you got to say about that, York City Council? I'm waiting. If any, Zoom chat is open. Whether it be city councilman, whether it be the mayor, whoever it is, please come on in. I want to learn about this stuff, man. I want to hear from your side. But we all know it's your fault. So I don't want to hear the excuses. I just want to hear plain facts. So if you come on here with some facts. Have some sources ready. You know? Have some info ready. Because that's how we do things here. I am willing to hear y'all's side, but you know, if y'all really do think it's Tepper's fault, if you really do, come on in. We'll listen to you. But right now, it's going to be really hard to convince me otherwise. Based on the current info. You know. Alright, next topic of discussion. You've all heard the rumor that we are looking at Baker Mayfield. Now, this is where we're going to start getting juicy here. There was speculation that we have made an offer to the Browns, and now we get an official source. I'm hearing from Philip Cowherd. This is through Philip Cowherd, who heard this on WFNZ. Kyle Bailey officially announced this, saying that we offered a fifth when they wanted a fourth. And to pay half of Mayfield's salary. So, basically what we're saying is, we want Baker Mayfield, but we want him at half the salary. Browns wanted a fourth. Fifth from 2023 draft? Or is that from this year's draft? Because if we're pulling it from this year's draft, no. Just flat out no. That's for starters. Secondly, there's the issue of, do we even want Baker Mayfield in Carolina? Now, a lot of people say yes. There's still a good majority that say no. I'm honestly on the fence. And that's why I've been kind of silent about it. Because essentially, like, He's better than Sam Darnold. I'll give you that. However, we are looking to draft a future franchise quarterback in 2023 in the first round. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I think we should do. I don't want to fool with the quarterbacks this year because we have a lot of needs still. And I think if we manage to somehow re-sign Cam Newton into a split role with Sam Darnold, 60-40 split, where Sam Darnold takes the majority of the reps, and we just eat 2022 season. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not really going to do much. That's the speculation right now. So if that is the case, then, there's no reason to use a fourth round pick on Baker Mayfield. Now, if it was a fifth round next year for Baker Mayfield, just straight up fifth round for him next year, yeah, maybe. I'd be down for that. If you're just... I'm willing to negotiate on how much of Baker's salary gets paid. It doesn't have to be half. It could be a fourth. But I like the general idea there of paying half of his salary. Because, or even a fourth of his salary. Because here's the thing, man. If Baker doesn't work out, and we've had a history of these star quarterbacks that have come through here, or backup quarterback quality quarterbacks that have come through, is Teddy Bridgewater, sorry. I'm slipping today. Sam Darnold, we've had a history of these guys, right? So if Baker does not pan out, maybe it's worth asking for this. I like it. I like the idea. I think Scott's really onto something here. And in recent memory, I don't remember any such contracts where that's really been a predominant factor in whether someone is traded or not, and how they get traded. I've seen situations in contracts where people have paid off, teams have paid off other players' contracts, several times over, but it's never been as predominant as it has been in this offer. Specifically being the reason whether we trade for him or not, And I kind of like that that's become a major factor, is what I'm trying to say. So if he doesn't work out, we're only paying for half of his contract, right? If he does work out, still, we're only paying for half of his contract. I'd say that's a win either way. So I like where Scott's mind is on this. Very clever. Very clever, Mr. Fitterer. I would have never thought of that. I would have thought, player for a pick straight up. And kind of left it at that. But he took this a step further. Because of the situation we've been in. Because of our history. And I like it. So, shoot him a message, real. If not, then, and you trust my info, there you go. I only deal in official sources, and that's an official source. Alright, I honestly think Baker right now is worth probably a fourth. So, I support the Browns in asking for the fourth. That's fair, you know? It's fair compensation. We offered a fifth. So, a fifth and paying for half of his contract. I think that's fair. As far as a trade offer. I think that's about right. Alright. So, those of you watching on Facebook, shout out to Corey McKinney and Joshua, as well as Ethan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Ellen, my bad. My bad. I read that wrong. Shout out to Ellen. Man, I'm off today. That's what kind of happens when you're getting over a little bit of a sickness, you know. But I'm back. I'm back. I'm healthy, y'all. But I've been working in the meantime to post stuff. So if you haven't been on the Facebook group page in a while, you know, and you're on YouTube, go check that out. There's a lot of things that got posted. I'll go through a couple of them. Because I do believe that's necessary. Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't just the city of York, it was the whole county. There you go. Alright, we're gonna hit up my page here. And let's see what's worth talking about here today before we get into this film study. I think the biggest topic of discussion is Cam Newton. Now, about a day ago, we are holding discussions with Cam Newton on a return in 2022. So, the conversations are being had, man. The source is Sheena Quick, Fox Sports Radio. And typically they're pretty accurate on Fox Sports stuff. So, there are three questions here. What role are we re-signing him for? And that role would be 60-40 snap count, you know, in favor of Sam Darnold. You know, we use Cam Newton for goal line situations, goal line packages, maybe short periods during the drives. Maybe that might work, you know? Just throw him in there. You know, if you got a certain few package plays, you know, that you would like to see him in on, maybe that might be a good time to put him in. If you're looking for some rushing first downs, sure. You know, Cam Newton is your man. Can he completely drive down the field all the way down from your 35 to their end zone? I don't know. without giving up some bad passes. That's the thing, man. Like, you're going to have some bad decision making along that process. Not any more so, really, than you would with Sam Darnold, but Cam Newton has a legitimate excuse with his medical history. Sam Darnold does not. And here's the thing, man. I don't want to hear any whining and complaining from Sam Darnold saying, oh, I can't get the ball to this person and this person and this person when you're missing wide open throws or you're choosing to completely ignore wide open receivers. I don't want to hear that this year. No more excuses, Sam. Open your eyes, look around, look at your options, go through your reads. No more excuses. All right, Sam? You've got an offensive line now. There's no excuse for that. Now, when you're dealing with Cam Newton, it's a little bit different. His decision-making process is a little bit off, and I'm not making excuses. I'm giving reasons why he has a crutch, okay? His medical history with the concussion back in 2015 has impacted his decision-making process. Therefore, if he does not make the right reads, there's a reason for it occasionally. Now, you could argue some of that is purely him. You know what I mean? Because every quarterback has flaws. Every quarterback doesn't completely see the entire field, and will miss a few. It happens. They're all human, But for the most part, I am going to go ahead and use that crutch for Cam Newton of his concussion. Post-health issues getting in the way of him making proper decision making. That's a legitimate reason. So you have that factored in. Meaning that if you go the long distance from your side of the field after kickoff, after a touchback, to all the way to their side of the field with Cam Newton, it's going to be a rough stretch for him. He's going to have trouble. Sam Darnold can get you down the field. The problem is red zone efficiency. He struggled with that. It's the best of both worlds when you have both of them in. And for the people that say, yes, Cam is probably capable of doing more than just red zone stuff, yeah, probably. Maybe you put him in at the 50-yard line. Past the 50-yard line for a short stretch, before you get to the red zone. Sure. I'm okay with that. But, not for long periods on the field, though, because it's going to be detrimental. You're going to see a lot of incompletions. You're going to see a lot of bad decision-making if you go the full distance for 2 straight drives with Cam Newton. And possibly a pick. I mean, that's historically what happened last year. You saw it. It's on tape. So, the second question we have to consider is, if we're going to re-sign Cam Newton, how much do we sign him for? Now, if you consider the last contract he had, now I said on stream it was $10 million, but I was corrected, actually. It was about 8.6 or 7, I think it was. That's when we started looking at it on contracts. during the contract stream. So it is 8 point something. We'll just call it 8.7 for right now, right? We'll call it 8.7 just to round it out. Because I don't remember the actual number. If somebody does, remind me, please, in chat. So, $8.7 million. If you want him to play the whole year, you know, on 8.7 for 2 years, 8.7 per year, I'm down. I'm 100% down for that. You know, considering that's how you plan on using Cam Newton. I'm down for that. Now, if you're only going to use him for 6 games, that's too much money per year. That's ridiculous. There's no reason to do that. You know, think before you offer him a number. That's all I'm asking for. You know, make that number make sense to how much you actually use him. You know, if you don't plan on using him the whole season, and you plan on benching him for a good chunk of that time, to where it's like 85% snap count for Sam Darnold, then don't bother. You know, let's draft a quarterback in the first round here. You know, after a trade down, Sam Darnold maybe mixed with Sam Howell, you know, would work. You know, make it like a bridge quarterback for about a year. You know, until you can find somebody better in the first round next year, where we have more picks and we can actually use that flexibility to get offensive linemen as well in the second and third. You know, don't use Cam Newton as a flex. Don't do that. Cam is more than just a flex. You know, he can be a bridge quarterback for you. And he can be a darn good bridge quarterback for you. Probably the best out there on that free agent list, for sure, for 2 years. Let's get the most out of him for those 2 years. Maybe have him retire a Panther. Would love it, you know? It might encourage him to retire here. Who knows? But don't use him for 4 games and then just sit him on the bench for 8.7. That's a waste of capital. Don't do that to your man. Don't do that to our homie. Don't do that. That's a waste of capital that we could be paying somebody else on that rookie contract, you know? That's a waste of capital we could be paying maybe Brian Burns, you know, extending him. You know, and a little bit of this money might transfer into next year to where we have to pay Jeremy Chin, you know? We have to pay a couple of these other guys, you know, that are coming in next year, that may be coming off rookie contracts. Keep them here. Don't waste capital. That's all I'm saying, man. Don't waste capital. Because otherwise we're going to be in another situation where we have to start restructuring contracts again. And who wants that? Nobody. We don't want to be in a situation where we have to cut people and have the Bills pick them up. By the way, Daquan, that's number 7 that they picked up now. Oh my Lord. Bro, come on. It's like Buffalo has just this love affair with former Panthers players. I don't get it. Anyway, yeah, we don't want to end up in that situation. So, let's be smart about this. Yeah, we've already wasted enough capital on Teddy and Sam. Exactly. Thank you, Carl. We don't want to waste any more. As much as we all love Cam Newton, don't toy with the man. Either sign him or don't. You know what I mean? Either put him on this roster or don't. It's that simple. I also like the timing that we started looking at Cam Newton. Just a few short days before the draft starts next week. Just close enough to start messing with people's draft boards. I like that. See, Scott's playing some hardball with some of these GMs, man. I'm telling you, I like it. I like it a lot. He's messing with these people's brains. How many GMs do you know that do that? And not many. If at all. So, I give credit to Scott again. This is probably the best GM that we have ever had. No, scratch that. This is the best GM that we have ever had. Because the list of positives for Scott Fitterer is just growing. Every day. Every day. As soon as I saw his resume, I said, you know what? We got the best GM ever coming in through here, man. The more he proves me right, man. Every day. I love it. I can't sing his praises enough. So with that being said, if we do want Cam Newton here, all of these things have to line up. We have to line up to what Cam wants as well. He wants to play for a competitive team and a winner. Is he willing to put up with a bad 2022 season, despite all the additions that we got, despite the line, despite all the defensive players, and put up with another 6-win season or a 7-win season to build through the offseason in 2022 and 23 to where we have a competitive team in 23 that Cam Newton is a part of for that last year of his contract. Is he willing to do that? That's a big question mark. That's a big thing that Cam Newton has to really take with him out of that meeting room when we're talking to him. Get through Cam Newton's perspective. Those are the two things you're focused on. Now, Scott Fitterer has got to think a lot further. He's got to think at least 5 or 6 steps further. We got to think this year and next year. What is that going to look like with Cam Newton on this roster? What is the draft going to look like? What is free agency going to look like? What's our cap space going to look like? There's at least 4 or 5 different factors going into that people don't pay attention to. That the GM has to. Matt Rule is Matt Rule. It's just... And again, I want to stress that I don't like the fact that Matt Rule is leading the discussions. That's bad. That's very bad. I don't want Matt Rule to have anything to do with this. Look, man. It's going to make Matt Rule look desperate. If we sign Cam Newton, it's going to make Matt Rule look desperate. Which he is. And a lot of people have pointed out, what drafted quarterback has saved a coach's job? Name one. You can't. You can't. The only thing that does is boost that new head coach's role with that new quarterback. You know, that you've drafted and developed for a year. That way, by year 3 of that new quarterback's tenure in the NFL, he's ready to start slaying with the line, with weapons, with everything. You know, some of them by year 2, they're ready to go. You know, they're fully ready to go. Year 1, you're going to see a lot of developmental issues because of the fact that there's the changing of the guard of head coaches, you know, or offensive coordinators, you know, and it can mess some developmental processes up. So that's, you know, a small chunk of what happened to Sam Darnold in New York. Plus the fact that the Jets have no idea what they were doing in the beginning. To even start with. That man should have never got drafted there. It about ruined his career. Any success that man could have made as a second string quarterback hitting up to first string with Sam Darnold was destroyed by the Jets. So now that he is in Carolina, now he is hoping, you know, to get that developmental process going, but it's too late. I feel like it's a little too late. Too little too late. Because, I mean, how many years has Sam Darnold been in the league now? Somebody tell me, how many years? He wasted, what, 2 years up in New York? 2 to 3 years? It might be too late, bro. That's what I'm thinking. Even with Ben McAdoo working with him, it might be too late. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how far he is going to be able to push that glass ceiling. But if they truly believe it's possible, I'm on board. But it would be hugely beneficial to have Cam Newton there to help push as well. You know, have that competition from a veteran in there. You know, a Super Bowl appearance, Pro Bowler. You know, have him in there. Maybe he could teach him a few things. You know what I'm saying? Like, and don't just sit Cam on the bench. Have him be active in all the warm-ups, you know, all the practices. You know, have him help Sam Darnold push that process along. If you truly believe he can break that glass ceiling, that's what I'm suggesting to you. Plus, signing Cam Newton also helps us to focus on something else besides a quarterback for the first round of the draft this year. Now, I'm not saying we can't draft a quarterback next year in the first round in 23 if we sign Cam Newton. I'm saying that this year we can focus on all our other needs, such as linebacker and guard. Those two positions specifically are the ones that we're going to need the most help in, and we're going to be taking a look at guards and film study today. But still, we have a desperate need for both. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not sugarcoat this. Because let's not minimize this. We literally have 4 linebackers right now. 4. That's it. 4. That's not going to get us anywhere. And for those missing the boat on who we have Shaq, we have Damian Wilson, who just got in trouble with the law, Corey Littleton, and Frankie Louvu. And Kamal Martin, who knows who Kamal Martin is? Who even is he? Like, I haven't even gotten a good look at him. So we don't know who he is. That's a camp body as far as I'm concerned. So we need a linebacker bad. We need one desperately at this point. I'm willing to push for a linebacker after a trade down in the second round. That's how badly I feel like we need linebacker. You know, I'm looking at Nakobe Dean. I'm looking at Christian Harris. I got the list right here, as a matter of fact. Brian from Oklahoma is a potential candidate. Brandon Smith from Penn State is a potential candidate. I don't know how much further down you want to go on that list after those guys. But my apologies, I'm fighting some allergies, but there's been a few people that turned me on to Brandon Smith. We could take a look at him in film study today too, if you would like. But again, my target is still going to be Christian Harris. I believe he's the best linebacker out of this entire class. Nakobe Dean would be the second one, and then Brandon Smith will be the third. Brian has gotten my attention with the film study. I would like to see a little bit of stats on him and really dig into him a little bit further. You know, as of right now, I think he would be my third, and Brandon Smith would be the fourth. Because I did look at Brandon Smith's stats, and when I was doing that mock draft earlier today, and I wasn't real impressed with the missed tackles. So, and when you look at the linebacker stats, you always want to look at the missed tackles. Always. That's the first thing that should pop into your view when you're looking at the list. Because missed tackles means opportunities for your opponent to score. Alright, so I saw about 17 of those last year in the stat book for him, for Brandon Smith. Now, I'm not minimizing Brandon Smith's strengths. I do believe he has a lot of strengths and a lot to add to a potential defense. He checks a lot of boxes. But that missed tackles box, man, that's what can cost you several draft spots on the board. It ain't good. Alright, the other position we're looking at is guard. Now, if you consider we have Pat Afflin, Michael Jordan, and Dennis Daly at guard, yikes. You know what I'm saying? Like, big yikes. Now, I like Austin Corbett on the other side. I like Deontay Brown on the other side. Mike Horton is probably a second stringer / third stringer to me. I'm not feeling Mike Horton. But we need some help at left guard desperately. So if you do not draft a quarterback, it's either got to be a guard or a linebacker. It has to be. I know everybody wants a tackle. Everybody wants a left tackle. And yes, we do need a tackle. I'm not denying that. We do have Cameron Irving. We do have Brady Christensen. And Aaron Monterio, who really knows who that is, to be honest. You know, nobody pays attention to him. I do, you know, because I pay attention to everybody on this roster that's wearing our jersey. But point being, yes, we do need a tackle. But guard is the more predominant position that we have to fill. It is absolutely necessary and critical. I don't trust Michael Jordan. I don't trust Dennis Daly at all on our line for long periods of time. I do not trust either one of them. And I know a lot of people agree with that. I have had discussions with Corey McKinney. He's vouched for, I think it was Dennis Daly, wasn't it? If he's still in chat, let me know. You know, if you're still here, let me know if that's who it was. You know, but frankly, like, I'm just not buying into either one. It's going to take a whole lot of discussion and convincing for me to buy into either one of those guys. I'm just not feeling it. So a lot of what I did with that mock draft earlier today was I started moving people in trades to see what I could get. You know, I was fooling around, just seeing what I could get. And I moved Michael Jordan. You know, I moved a couple of these guys, and I got a fourth and a fifth round, which is interesting. Because honestly, in real life, I would not give up a fourth for Michael Jordan. I wouldn't. Or Dennis Daly. Nah. That's a sixth for me, dog. That's a sixth. If you watch these guys on tape, that's a sixth. I've seen worse, but not much worse. You know what I mean? Like, you know, as far as like the average linemen are concerned, or below average linemen are concerned, I've seen a lot worse, but not much. So, package them both together, I would say yes, a fifth. But it would have to be a package deal. And that's like, if you're looking for like maybe third stringers, second to third stringers, I would say third stringers. That's once your offensive line is complete, you've already got depth, you've already got everything. You know? But these two together, that's a fifth. Separately, they're both worth 6. Individually. I can't do it, bro. I can't do any higher. I've seen holding calls. I've seen false starts. I've seen bad footwork. I've seen bad hands from both of these guys. Dennis Daly and Michael Jordan both. And I'm just not sold, bro. On either one of them. For long periods of time, no. If you have an emergency situation, you have to put them in. Fine. For short-term periods. And, yeah, they've each had a good game. One good game. Out of, like, how many? But how long can you keep that up? That's the measure of how good you are as an offensive lineman. If you can't do that consistently, you're average to below average. Point blank, that's just what you are. Then you factor in the penalties, then you factor in the footwork and the hands. And if you're not being developed correctly, those can get worse and worse and worse. If that developmental process hits a dead end once you get to the NFL and doesn't go any further after college, that's going to get worse. It's like anything else you're trying to develop, like muscles, muscle memory, smarts, anything. You know, if you don't keep that going, if you don't keep exercising that, it's going to decrease. Alright, so that's why I did a lot of the trading and stuff that I did in that mock. Because I don't feel confident in Michael Jordan. I don't feel confident in Dennis Daly. I wanted to see what we could get for Robbie Anderson, because he's been running his mouth lately about who we should get as a quarterback. Or more specifically, who we shouldn't get as quarterback. And I'm not going to speak any more on that, but, you know, how much further do you expect to get with this, Robbie? Like, really? You're going to go talk to Shannon Sharp now? You expect him to join your side now? Like, how does that help you? How does that help you? You're just wasting off-season time that you could be using to get better. You know? Work on some catching. That was your biggest weakness last year. Work on some catching, bro. With all due respect, man. All due respect and love. You need to work on yourself. Physically. You don't see DJ speaking up like that. He's being a proper role model right now. He's keeping his head down and getting the job done. And he's getting results. You know? If DJ were to ever say anything about who he wants as a quarterback, after putting up those types of results, I'm willing to listen. You know, we're all willing to hear him out and see what he has to say. You know, because he has put in the work. He's put in the effort. He's put in the time. You know, and he's kept his head down. He's stayed out of the press. You know, and he's done what he's supposed to be doing. And I love him for it. You know? Be more like DJ. And you'll get a long way, Robbie. I'm telling you. If you just came here for the bag and people are starting to get that assumption too, man. I'm telling you. You keep opening your mouth to the press, people are going to make that assumption every time. And that's the assumption I made when you stayed with the Jets for as long as you did. Bro, it ain't hard to figure out. All due respect to you, man. I'm just trying to help you out, Robbie. I'm just trying to help you out, dog. You can do better. But you got to put in the effort. This ain't a free ride in Carolina. We need to send a message, man. I'm getting tired of this free ride business in Carolina. You know what I mean? Like, everybody thinks they can come to Carolina and just get a bag. No. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. We need a culture change in that way. We need to set a precedent. We need to want to make people come here and want to compete. Did y'all hear what Hecker said in that presser? That man said, I'm going to make the Rams regret cutting me. That's the attitude I want in Carolina right there. That man's on a mission. He's motivated. So for all the players on this team, find something that motivates you. That's the goal. That's your next goal. Find something that motivates you and inspires you to work harder. Because what we want at the end of the day is a 53-man roster, or a 52-man roster, I should say, where you have players competing at every single level, every single depth chart spot, that want to be here, that want to win, you know? And when you have a full roster full of those, no matter how good they are or how much they're struggling, you can weed out the ones that are struggling at that point. And you can say, okay, well, you need to work on this, you know, and put them to work. And they'll work for you. But they're not going to work for a head coach like Matt Rule. That ain't going to happen. See, when Matt Rule just sits back and says, y'all do what you want. You know? We hosted a bunch of freeloaders up in here, man. You know? Just go ahead and get your paycheck. Don't matter if we win or not. I'm on my way out anyway. Who cares? I'm telling you, we need a coach that does not pull any punches. And does not put up with that anymore. We need a head coach that says, I'm putting my foot down. Either y'all are going to work or you're gone. Either you want to be here or you want a bag and you want to ride around in your Mercedes and go to the islands and stuff like that and think you can do whatever you want. Not in Carolina no more, baby. I don't want to hear what that man has to say when he's telling them, oh, you got to follow the rules. You just have to not get in trouble with the law. It's that simple. Man, come on. If I was a player, I wouldn't even listen to that. Shoot. How many times have you said that in locker room conferences, man? How many times? I bet you. It's been at least 20 times in the past year. These are grown men that are making way more money than you. You really expect to control them with just saying, oh, well, you just have to follow the rules. You just have to follow the rules. You sound like a doggone broken record, bro. Stop. You're not helping. You can tell them that till you're blue in the face. They just gonna still do what they want. You gotta send a message. You gotta put your foot down, grow a spine, and send a message. Make them pay for it. Has this franchise management sent even one fine to any of those 3 players yet? Any of them? To send a message saying we cannot do this anymore. And that's for starters. That's just for starters. Because I'm going to tell you, fines don't do nothing. But it's a start. We ain't done nothing to tell these players that they should not be doing this garbage in Carolina. We're not setting a precedent right now. We're saying, okay, we're going to let y'all do what you want by not putting out these fines, by not putting out suspensions, by not doing something about this. And I blame the NFL too, because they ain't doing nothing either. Get it in gear. How many of these players around the league have been doing the same garbage? And our guys to get no suspensions, no nothing? Come on, man. Send a message. If the NFL won't do it, we need to. And the worst part is, we just got Damian Wilson. We just literally signed this man. We just literally re-signed Ian Thomas to a 3-year deal before he does this garbage. And Shaq Smith has been irrelevant. Shaq Smith has been totally irrelevant. He didn't get no attention. You know how you get attention on this team? Make yourself relevant on the field. Not in the courtroom. On the field. Golly. What this management is doing right now is saying, look, we're going to let y'all become the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to let y'all become the Las Vegas Raiders with all these convicts, you know? And we just fine y'all, you know? No biggie. No nothing. Just come out here, dress out. Let's play. Let's make some money, you know? Let's see if we can get some wins with you. Whatever's left of your contract, you know, that you can still play on the field. We'd love to have you out there. You're responsible for your own productivity, you know. That's what the management is sending the message of right now. By not fining these players. By not suspending these players. By not doing anything. And it's absurd. Is that the reputation we want in Carolina? When we're trying to sign people here? When we're trying to draft people here? Excuse me. That is what is going to make people not want to come here. Or you're going to attract the wrong types of players that just want a bag or just want to escape from the law. I'm sick and tired of it, bro. Sick and tired of it. And the league's feeding this too. They ain't suspended these people. They ain't fined them. They ain't done nothing. Y'all are just as much at fault too. Man, wake up. Man. If suspensions are what it takes to get these people to stop committing crimes and doing whatever they want to do, then so be it. Because fines ain't doing nothing. But when you do nothing as an organization, you don't even fine them? Excuse me? We got 3 convicts on this team right now. And yes, I'm calling them convicts because they broke the law. 3. And we ain't even issued one fine yet. Nothing. Not a single thing. That sends a stronger message than anything else right there. This management don't care. More specifically, Matt Rule does not care. Because he knows he's on the way out. So basically he says, well, the league hasn't offered anything yet. They haven't fined anybody yet or suspended anybody yet. So why should I? Really? Really? This ain't college, Matt Rule. When the league refuses to send a message to your team, you have to send that message. You are in control of this team. You are the head coach. You have to get into those meeting rooms and do something. And they ain't going to listen to you say, oh, well, you got to obey the law about 20 million times. They ain't going to listen to that. They're making more money than you, bro. That doesn't work. Find something that does. And you keep going until it does. Because the fans of Charlotte and the Carolinas in general are fed up with this garbage. We really are. We are not about to turn into the Cowboys or the Raiders up in here. So you better find a way to turn this around, and real quick. Or we're going to hit Tepper where it hurts in the wallet. If you refuse to send a message, we will. And these players will not get paid as much as they think they're going to get paid the next time around. Keep playing with people's wallets, man. Find out what happens. What's up, Lock Poppy? How you doing, man? I'm just saying, we need a culture change. We need one bad. This is just not acceptable. Lordy, we will let these guys get away with anything up in here, man. We basically saying Carolina is the place of refuge if you want to get away from the law and do whatever you want to. You could host a cocaine ring. You could do all kinds of stuff, man. It just, who knows what you could get away with up in here, man. Because these coaches don't care. They tell you they care. They tell you to stay away from the law. But you ain't going to get suspended. You ain't going to get in no trouble. You ain't even going to get fined, bro. It is time for a change in Carolina. Matt Rule needs to go. That's the source of the problem, I'm telling you. That's the source. That's the source. He needs to go. Alright, so are we going to be able to extend Brian Burns with that 5th-year option? I think that's the next topic here, man. Tepper said Tepper's quiet on what happens with the team. So it's Scott Fitterer's decision. He says yes. We should expect a 5th-year option for Brian Burns. It's not exactly a top priority right now, but yeah, it's going to happen. I'm happy with it, y'all. So we got CJ Saunders. I'm not as familiar with this dude. 2 receptions, 11 yards. Okay. Hey, shout out to Chantel. Shout out to Timmy. How y'all doing on Facebook? I apologize that I got to that a little late. But, you know, this team is looking pretty sharp, man. We're starting to get some pieces. But we're not going to get there if we keep running on that same reputation of players that break the law with no consequences. You know, that's not cool. Are we under the impression that we're not supposed to really do anything as a management until the NFL does? Is that what the deal is with that? If so, that's a bad practice. That's a bad practice. You can't just count on the NFL to suspend somebody or to fine somebody or to do something, you know. You got to do some of this stuff yourself. You got to send a message to these players yourself. We are right in the midst of preparing for a draft. These players in this draft are looking at us like, are you serious? You know? Y'all got a team full of people that will let you get away with all this stuff, man? Shoot. Just wait till I get my bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the mentality some of these players come up here with. Once they get their first $1 million paycheck and they say, ooh, I'm going to get away with this. That's what we don't want. We want productivity. We want loyalty, man. You know? We want people to have that mentality like Luke Kuechly did when he came up here, man. He just wanted to work. That's it. Just plain work. And he stuck his nose to the grindstone and got it done. You know? And look at the results. So, you know, here we are. At this point. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, man. We get Cam Newton up in here, man. That frees up a spot. We can work on linebacker or guard. I think that's a good thing for us. And Walter says, if our number one gets hurt, he could provide a spark and some interest simply because of his popularity and his history with the team. Still can't be accurate, though. True. True, man. True. True. Again, there's a good reason for it. But, you know. And final topic here before we get into the film study is Deebo Samuel. There's some talk about getting Jimmy G here from the Niners in a trade. I don't know how much the Niners are going to want in a trade. You know, if they want any of our picks from this year, it ain't happening. If they want players, we could talk. If they want picks from next year in 24, we can talk. You know, I'm not saying that we're going to agree to anything, but, you know, we can talk. It all depends on what they ask for. Corey McKinney says they might want $16 million a year for Deebo Samuel, upwards to $20 million. All right, the money wise, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know that it'll be that high. They're probably wanting like 3 first rounds in exchange to. No. They ain't gonna ask for 3 first rounds. Let me tell you something. Not even Matthew Stafford got 3 first rounds in his trade. What makes you think they're going to trade 3 first rounds for Deebo Samuel? Man, check your value system, bro. With all due respect, check your value system. Because it's whack. Who in their right mind is going to give up 3 first rounds for a wide receiver of any caliber? I wouldn't even give up 3 first rounds if Steve Smith was still out there, you know, in his prime. I wouldn't even do that. That's too much. That's not proper value, bro. Come on, think. How much is Deebo actually worth in value? My opinion right now, that's a tough one. That's a tough one because he is a top 15 wide receiver. I'm thinking probably 4th. You know, I'd ask for 2 picks. 1 from this year, 1 from the next year. You know, that's what I would ask for Deebo. I do believe he's worth that much. That's a valuable wide receiver, you know what I mean? Despite all the drops, he gives you a ton. He gives you locker room presence. He gives you leadership. He gives you experience. He gives you a lot of different pluses, you know, to add to your tool belt. You know, plus with the right quarterback, with the right line, with the right offense, he will absolutely slay. So yes, you are getting your value out of him at that point, you know, by asking for those 2 picks. For TB12, Jughead point farming, okay. Yeah, you would do that in a flash? Yeah. I feel you, man. No wide receiver is worth 3 first-round picks. I'm sorry. No wide receiver ever in the history of the NFL has ever been worth 3 first-round picks. It's just not. Um, anyway. So let me go ahead and put this up on the screen so y'all can see this. Here we go. Alright, so this is the mock draft I did earlier. For the people that didn't see it on YouTube. Shout out to Vietnam. Welcome back, man. Working hard, man. But I added a few names in here, man. But look at this massive trade that I got with the Eagles right here. Robbie Anderson, the number 6 pick. 2 round 7s. Look at all this juice, man, that I had to work with. That's nasty. And the things I could do with that in a draft? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, man. Not even the great Megatron or Moss, man. Not for 3 first rounds, no. Absolutely not. Thank you. And you think you're going to get that for Deebo Samuel? There ain't no way. Bro, there ain't no way. Not even Steve Smith himself was worth that much. I'm sorry. You tripping on that one. With all due respect, man. You tripping. Check that value system, buddy. Go observe some of these trades, man. That's my advice to people that think, that think that these types of trades are possible. Man, go check your value system. Go observe some of these trades that go on. You'll learn a lot. And it'll make you rethink what these guys are actually worth. Alright, so this trade right here with the Eagles is probably unrealistic, but here you go. I managed to get all of these picks right here. That's filthy. Actually, if I don't blow it up, then there you go. You can see it. Traded down to 15. I got the 51, the 83, the 124, the 154, 162, 166. For 2023, I got round 4 and a round 6. And for 2024, I got the round 6. Now, like I said, man, on the actual draft boards, man, that's not going to happen. You probably get about half this. If that. On actual trades. Because the number 6 is going to give you probably 3 picks max, value-wise. So use them wisely. Now, Robbie Anderson is what got me 2 more picks out of this. The 2 7s are worth a 6. So I got a little bit extra. I got an extra pick out of this that I was not expecting to get. So I said, you know what? Deal. Let's do this. Alright, so this is kind of like a joke mock here. Because there's no way you get all this, man. But here you go, man. Devontae Wyatt, the defensive tackle, number 15. I had a shot at Malik Willis, but I chose not to, under the impression that we had already re-signed Cam Newton in this scenario. Okay? So for this mock, we had already re-signed Cam Newton for the $8 million, right? For 2 years. $8 million for each individual year. So at that point, I'm thinking Devontae Wyatt is very irresistible here. You want a defensive tackle, you got to stop the run. You could wait on Christian Harris at 51. He's still going to be there. Then you move on down to 83. This is where the conversations start happening. Because if you manage to acquire the 83rd pick, then you start looking at Marquise Hayes versus Joshua Zidoo. Now, this is a new name on my radar that people have not really paid much attention to. But the reason it's here is because this man has predominantly played left guard position, but can also play left tackle position. Those are our two areas of biggest need. This is why this man is on my radar. And you're going to see him around, he is listed currently on the PFF at 133. So if you're looking for him, he's at 133. Now, will he drop to 137? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. You look at his numbers, they look good. You know, you're thinking, okay, well, this should be solid. And then you look at Marquise Hayes and you go, okay, well, here's the discussion at 83. You know, because you shouldn't be expecting to get the 137 pick, right, from the trade. You shouldn't be expecting to get that. But in this case, I did. So the discussion begins at 83. Do you want a Marquise Hayes guard that is whole letter grade above a guy that can play two positions? You know what I mean? I don't know whether they graded him at D+. I disagree with that. I disagree with their rating system, but, you know, that's besides the point. Marquise Hayes is going to be better than Joshua, skill-wise, hands-wise, technique-wise, the whole 9 yards down the list. You know, and it shows up in the stats by how many pressures he's allowed, how many hits he's allowed, how many sacks he's allowed. But not that much better, to be honest. I would say a whole letter grade. So, would you rather have that, or would you have a guy that plays two positions that's still really solid, that's a letter grade below Marquise Hayes? That's where the discussion really begins when you trade down. Ugh, excuse me. Still getting over this cold, y'all. But I wanted to point him out for that reason. Man. Sorry about that. Alright. So, I really like Joshua. I think, you know, homegrown guy in the Carolinas. That's a very positive pick for us. I think, you know, if you miss on Marquise Hayes and Joshua's still there around that point, pull the trigger. You know, get him. You know, take the risk. Get him. Because I really do believe that that's a solid pick. Now, at this point, I had 124 to play around with, so I got Justin Ross to replace Robbie Anderson. So I went ahead and did that. Now here's where things got a bit more interesting. Because we had Shi Smith on our roster, and this dude was kind of in trouble with the law. He's not really helping us much. And I figured, that contract's kind of small. So I said, okay, let's trade him. Let's see what we can get for him. So I got the 138. I was really pleased with that. 2 7s. Got 2 7s back. Satisfied with that. So, what I did with the 138 was I got Tyrek Smith, the edge rusher. And that was one of my targets to begin with. And then I saw Isaiah Thomas. I looked at his numbers and I said, now here's an interesting guy right here. Because if you look at who Oklahoma has played, and you look at the numbers that Isaiah Thomas has put up, they're not too shabby, folks. They're not too shabby. So, he's an option. So then I said, okay, well, we got Dennis Daly. We're not using him. Let's toss him, right? I got a 145 in a round 7. So here's what I did with the round 145 pick. Round 5, right? All these are round 5. Alec Winstrom, who can play multiple positions. He's been on a few mock drafts of mine already. Moving on down. 145 is defensive tackle position, right? Ohio State guy. Really strong guy. I like him. Then we move on down to Tennessee. Velus Jones Jr., the wide receiver. I like him. I like his numbers. I like his speed. I like his lateral ability. Speed-wise on the 40-yard dash at the combine, he was the second one on the list behind the guy I was looking at from Baylor. The Baylor guy came first, and I forget his name, but then you had Velus, right? Second on that list. See, if we trade down, there's no way we're even touching even half these players. Because we're not going to get these picks, right? Unless you start moving people like Shi Smith, Dennis Daly, Robbie Anderson. You're not getting some of these picks. But, you get the idea. I went super aggressive with this one just to screw around with it and see what we could get. And I got kind of lucky. So, plus I wanted to add some names to this list too, to scope out. Add extra names to our radar to look at. Just in case we end up with picks around those areas, You never know who we're going to trade down with, what we're going to get. Worth it to me, adding extra names. So the people, I kind of discovered a few people, man. Joshua Zidoo is the main one I discovered. And I really, really like this dude. A lot. I think that's the main one that really stood out to me on that whole draft board. As far as a new name. He can play guard, he can play tackle. And he's put up the numbers. So, then you're looking at Darian Kendrick, the corner. I got lucky with that pick. He was still there. I went for Cade Mays, the tackle from Tennessee. You know, I still believe Cade Mays is a solid guy. You know, despite all the grades that you're getting. I don't know about that one, man. You know, I don't know about these grades. So then there was the trade of Frank Herron for a 183 and a round 7. We're not using Frank. Come on, let's be real. That's a camp body. Third stringer to camp body. We're not using Frank. Let's move him. Let's get a pick out of him. You know what I mean? So I got the safety Brad Hawkins. And what stood out to me about Brad Hawkins was the numbers that he put up against quality opponents. You know, in particular games against big college teams, such as Ohio State. I forget what other teams they played that last year. But he put up some monster numbers. And it got my attention. And the next one I looked at was Mclean from Auburn. Now, if you go and you look at Jacoby's numbers, you know, late round, he grades well in the SEC. He's actually put up some decent numbers against major SEC opponents like Alabama and, mainly Alabama and Florida. So, you want somebody like that at linebacker. You know, he can play the slot. He can play the box. I think he can play the zone as well. I have to check on that, but I think so. So then I picked up I traded down with the Cardinals, and I got 2 picks out of that. So I went for Trey Sterling, the safety from Oklahoma State. Probably not the wisest choice out there, but, you know, it's the best one available at safety position. I personally prefer Brad Hawkins from Michigan. I like Brad's numbers better than I do Trey Sterling. So I'm going to start looking at Brad from here on. And then, of course, I got my Clemson guy, Spector, the linebacker, to add some depth to the linebacker core. And for those that are aware, Venable's defense in Clemson has been nothing short of elite. So, if you get anybody out of that Venable's selection crew before he goes to Oklahoma, you're getting a winner. You're getting a thoroughbred. Even late rounds. I tried to get Mario, but, you know, somebody else got him before we could. You know, at corner. Which was disappointing, to say the least. But, you know, I think we did well. We still managed to get a few picks for next year and one for the year after. So I'd say we did well. You know, all things considered, this was just a crazy mock draft, but we added a few names to the list to do some film study on and look at, you know? So I think, all in all, this was a very positive result. You know, regardless of how crazy this mock draft is and how unrealistic it is, it still gave us some options to research. Shout out to Derek Ferguson. How you doing? But yeah, the main one that stood out to me was Joshua Zidoo. That's a big name. As soon as I started reading up on this dude, I said, we have to have him. We have to have him. This is a need at this point. You know, at guard, we're already targeting Marquise Hayes. If he's there, you know, at 137, we have to have him. If you miss on Hayes, you have to have Joshua. Because you don't want to have to go all the way down this list to Ed Ingram. You don't want to have to go down to Justin Schaefer. Just no. Josh Stills, all the way down here. No. Just no. Why bother with those names when you can get a guy that plays both positions of our greatest need when we've had injuries galore, you know? Plus the dude grades well. So, yeah, he may not have played many, like, SEC opponents or major, you know, bowl opponents, but still, that's a pretty good pickup. I'm fairly happy with that right there. He protected Sam Howell, you know, so if you want Sam Howell at pick 15, you know, if Malik Willis is not there, go for it in your own mock drafts. But yeah, I don't think Justin Ross will be there, but you know, you just never know. But Christian Harris is a big, big name. We gotta have him. I don't care what they grade it. I don't care what they say. Christian Harris all the way. You gotta have that big, burly Alabama linebacker. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. But you can't settle at linebacker right now. Not when we have a desperate need there. If you see somebody like this that we can target, you got to go for it. Alright, so guard. Film study. I think it's about that time. Alright. So who are we looking at today? That's the question. You know, I think we start with the Zidoo. I want to show you guys what this dude can do. Joshua Zidoo. North Carolina. Alright. New stats. Okay, so he's from Lawrenceville, Georgia. 6'4", 325 pounds. ESPN's not going to have any info on him. That doesn't surprise me. Bio. Let's show everybody who this dude is. Again, ESPN doing a terrible job on offensive linemen. And apparently there is a video of him in the scouting combine. So let's take a look at that first. Oh. So I remember this dude now. I remember him. Because it had just come off the commercial break. We were streaming and Zidoo was running the 40. He was weighed in at 308 at the time. I do remember that. Yes. That is crazy. Alright. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. Alright. And for the people watching on Facebook, just shift over to YouTube or watch the stream on the VOD afterwards. And you'll be able to see everything that I'm watching. But once we start scouting some of these players, you know, the highlight videos and stuff, I'll start posting the links in Facebook chat. So you guys can follow along at your leisure later on. Alright. But if you want to actually watch along with me, it'll be on YouTube. On the YouTube channel. I posted one of my videos on the Facebook group posts so that you can find my channel easier. I'm going to have to pin one of those so you guys can find us easier. Because a lot of people are going through the Facebook group to try to find the channel, and they've been struggling to do that. So maybe I'll do that after we do some film study here. Y'all remind me. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. This is his combine. Let's go.
40-yard dash as we come back from break, showing you what you missed. And this is the first one that you missed. Joshua Zidoo of North Carolina.
Zidoo, okay. So he runs a 5.24 in the first run on the 40.
Which is an interesting discussion.
So this
with
is
the
the
Jags,
second
would you
time
have the
through.
options of, you know, a premier pass rusher to put it opposite of Josh Allen, or do you have to go
He's
out
a
there
big
and
dude. Look at those
get a
arms.
pass protector, somebody to help
My
your young
God.
Trevor Lawrence? That's why
5.25, okay. Which ended up being, as I remember, the second one on the list for offensive lineman.
I lean towards the offense.
Well, I mean, him saying that he
Or on the list, for sure. I don't remember exactly where that was placed at. But, or where he was placed at. But, yes. I'll have to check, because I do have the combine results up in a minute.
wants to play left tackle.
Trying to take longer strides, which in the game of football, when you're in the
Okay, so
trenches,
this is one of his
you'd rather go
drills.
1 yard with 2 steps than 1 yard with 1 step, because in order to change
So he's going
directions,
to have
you
to
gotta
stay
bounce
right
it.
inside those hash marks for this drill. Everything that he's doing footwork-wise, and you can see the coach over here on the left directing him as far as, like, which way to go. Like, are you going to go left? You're supposed to go right. You're supposed to go left, right. You know, he tells him, okay, this is what I need you to do with your feet. How quickly can you react on your feet? So this is, that's what this drill is. I forget exactly what it's called, but, for all the people that are experts on the combine, just come talk to us, you know, and let us know what all these drills are and what they're called and everything else. Please do. We would love to have somebody that knows more about this stuff jump into Zoom and talk to us about that. That'd be great. But this particular drill, that's what he's doing. All right.
Foot in the ground, and if that foot's in the air and you're trying to gain longer strides,
You're trying to stay inside the hash marks.
That's when you're going to get beat on those counter moves. Tight end, there's going to be some leakage, so you got to be able to get enough depth.
This is the cone drill.
It all comes down to the hip mobility that these guys have. This drill
is, I want to watch his left foot. That first step right there. You see Fulner take a positive step. You don't want to lose any ground.
Fella playing the inside were tackles in college, and so it's really important for these.
He says take a positive step. You know, you don't want to lose any ground. That's interesting. And also, he made starts at right tackle too. I didn't know that. All right, so he has made starts at 3 different positions. This is a dude I don't think we could pass up on. Honestly, I'm starting to really heavily look at this dude now. Even now more so than Marquise Hayes. Because that's valuable with our offensive line being what it is. That's very valuable. You know, you're not getting an A+ guy, you're not getting even an A rated guy, but you're getting a B+ guy here. That can play 3 different positions in the second round. You know, I think that's very, very valuable. And I think that's something you don't want to ignore. Especially with our injury history. That's very helpful for our depth chart. And what we could have him bring to the table. So I would love to see him in a Panther uniform. That really makes me happy right there.
These coaches to be able to see, hey, if we're projecting this guy can play tackle his whole career as a guard, losing balance, that's when you're opening yourself
started
up.
11 of 12 games that he's played last year. So he's been healthy.
Counter move to the inside. The other thing, watch the squareness of their shoulders, right? Guys that open that outside shoulder, they open their shoulder.
Good squareness of the shoulders he was talking about there.
There's the sidelines.
First group of offensive linemen go through their drills, and look who's joining us in the booth right now. Head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid. Good to see you, Coach.
Great being here.
Thanks.
And look who we got in the booth there. How about that, Andy Reid?
For coming, Coach. Thanks for coming here.
I forgot about that.
You know, we'd go through it and look at him, but yeah, he's good, but he's got like another year or 2 left here before he's going to be eligible to come out here. So.
I was kind of curious to see what he was going to say about him. I do believe that this guy is what we're looking for at guard, though. That's a very interesting player. What's up, David Screws? How you doing, man? Mastermind of Panther Sweat here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Give it up to this man. He works hard, and we need to give this man props. He could be an A+ player in the future. You never know. That's true, man. Andy Reid looks like he lost some weight. That's true, too. Maybe you eat a few less cheeseburgers, you know? But, yeah, I feel like Joshua Zidoo is a big prospect on my board now. That's what I discovered while going through this mock today. And again, I want to stress, don't expect to get the 137 if you're trading with the Eagles. You know, we may be able to get the 124, but not the 137. But if you're trading Robbie Anderson, who knows? Because you're getting 2 picks out of Robbie. Technically, I would say 1 pick out of Robbie, because Belichick only rated him as a 3rd. So if Bill Belichick sees it as a 3rd round value. Sorry, I'm having a stroke. Okay. Robbie Anderson is worth a 3rd round pick. Then that's probably all you're going to get is a 3rd round added to this list. You know what I'm saying? But as you can see, I kind of messed around a little bit here. But a guy that can start at 3 different positions for your offensive line, that's big. That's big. So, hopefully a member of Panthers management is watching this and notices this dude. If they didn't before. Another one I want to point out on this list is Brad Hawkins from Michigan. Now, if you're looking late rounds and you're looking for a safety, Brad Hawkins is better than Trey Sterling, numbers wise. I was looking at that and I thought, look at that, you know? And he graded well against Ohio State, all those teams, you know, major teams. So I like him. Good numbers. Everything looks smooth, you know. Zakoby Mclean is another name I think we should pay attention to in late rounds. He graded well against the SEC. So we're talking Alabama, we're talking Florida, we're talking Georgia. You know, he graded well. According to the mock, hold on. I want to start it real quick, but I want to look at his profile specifically. I don't want to start it, but I want to look at him specifically on the big board. Because this is worth seeing, folks. I'm telling you. Position. He is a linebacker. Right, so up in this range, you've got Nakobe Dean, you've got Quay Walker, you've got Brian Asamoah. But my target is Christian Harris. Now, he doesn't grade well, but if you've ever watched him, he's a beast. I don't think we can pass that one up. He graded better than Brandon Smith. This is what I wanted to point out about Brandon Smith. Let me look at his profile real quick. If it'll let me. Okay, here we go. You gotta click on the name. Alright, 6'4", 250. Undersized for a linebacker. That's first look at him. Penn State has played Auburn, Ohio State, Michigan, and that's really it. Michigan State, you can kind of throw them into the mix. Michigan State hasn't really been that consistent of a competitive team as of lately. But hey, if you want to throw them in there, maybe. Maryland actually had a decent team this year, so roll the dice if you want to throw that one into the mix too. So here's what I want people to look at. 64 tackles, 19 assists, 15 missed tackles. Now look at these numbers. They keep going up. The assists went up from 14 to 19. The missed tackles went from 6 to 15. And keep in mind that he played 9 games in 2020, and he played 12 games last year. All 12 games. So these are the numbers you want to look at. But that comparison right there of 6 missed tackles to 15 within that short amount of time, you know, of what? 3 games that are missing here off the board? That's a big yikes. You don't want to see that. You also don't want to see below 45 in any of these snaps by alignment in 2021, when before you saw 215 at a different position. That's not good. Okay? That means he predominantly only played in the box for 2021. And when we were looking for a linebacker for our depth chart, we're looking for people that can play multiple spots. We're looking for a slot. We're looking for D-line to stop the run. You know, I'm not too concerned about corner or deep, but you want to at least be in the box. You want to at least be on the D-line. Slot is another matter, you know. That's optional to me. The way our defense plays, it's either got to be in the box or on the D-line. You got to have both. And if you don't have both, you're in trouble. You don't fit our system the way it's being played right now. Because of the help that we have at corner, you know, you don't have to worry about the corner. Because of our safety position right now, you don't have to worry about the safety. So that's deep. You know, but you got to be able to cover your area. So that's slot, you know. You got to be able to cover the box. That's your main goal, is you got to be able to cover the box in our defense. Because you're not going to get much help. Unless you know, and this is a big unless, our safety, Jeremy Chin, helps you out. And he better be in the vicinity. Otherwise, you know, you're pretty much on your own. So, as far as the D-line, you got help from the pass rushers. You got Brian. You got Bravion Roy. You got all these defensive tackles on the board. You know, on the line that can help you out. You know, so on the line, he's got help to stop the run. But when you're in the box, you're on your own. You got to handle your own, or you're in trouble. That's why we need somebody bigger than that 250 pounds. Yeah, the 6'4" is nice. But that 250 pounds, the fact that he doesn't grade well, plus the fact that he's missed some tackles, and you predominantly only play in the box, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. When you compare that to excuse me, Christian Harris, who pretty much plays everywhere. You can see it. He plays on the D-line, 92 snaps on the D-line last year, 749 in the box. He's a box player. He can play slot if you need him to. He graded well against some of the premier SEC teams like Georgia, Auburn, Florida. And look at this. Only 14 missed tackles. This is what I want to point out to people, man, because everybody wants to be big on Brandon Smith and be like, oh, well, this guy, he hits hard, he's fast, and, well, everybody's fast at linebacker position. That's the thing. So that doesn't tell you much. Plus, Christian Harris graded a 61.6. It's not the greatest score out there in the PFF, but, it's respectable. It's very respectable. He's also played against LSU. So there you go. I forgot to mention that. 61 tackles, 14 assists. So that right there tells you he can handle his own in the box. He can absolutely handle his own in the box. And he did it consistently. Look at this. 66 the year before. 15 assists. Even less missed tackles the year before in 13 games. And look at this. Rookie is first year on the field. 49. 13 assists. 9 missed tackles. And again, that's 13 games. That's not even counting last year with 15 games under his belt with Alabama. You got a lot of talent around you with Alabama. I would give you that. So it's tough to put up those types of numbers with all that talent around you. But look at those numbers, man. That just shows you how special this guy really is. And yeah, he didn't grade well in the Texas A&M game, but still, look at these numbers. Look how many snap counts. This is the type of guy you want. This is why I've been targeting him. Because if you're sitting there at 51 or in the 50s range on a trade down in the second round, and this guy's listed as a 96, he's probably going to go around the 70s range. Somebody's probably going to reach on him, so he might go in the 60s range. You don't want to miss that opportunity. This is your linebacker choice right here. You miss him, you're not getting a better guy. Period. Point blank, you are not. Because if you miss him, I mean, there's no guarantee Brian from Oklahoma is still going to be there. Brandon Smith is okay. He's not the worst choice to make. But I just showed you those numbers. He's not the best fit for us. Even though everybody thinks he is. Going on further down the line, I don't know how much further you want to go. If you want to look for a linebacker, because it just gets worse from there. Numbers wise, I've seen people in the late rounds and in 5th round that are looking at like 17, 18 missed tackles, maybe 19, and that's the better guys that are on that list. And most of them only play in the box. So, and that's if you can find somebody with a decent rating. It's tough, man. It's tough. That's why I say Christian Harris is the guy. 6'1", 226, better weight ratio. Not exactly where you expect your linebackers to be, you know. Weight-wise. Because you're thinking maybe 230s range is ideal. You know, you see they graded Devin Lloyd at a 90.2 with a 237, 6'3". They're all about 6 foot whatever, you know. So, all the better ones. Nakobe Dean's a little undersized, but look at the rating, 91.7. Again. That's why I rated Nakobe Dean the second guy on my list. And look at this. Pick number 6 in a punt block against Florida. -2 yards allowed on 4 targets versus Michigan in a semifinal. 2 sacks and 5 pressures versus Clemson. That is a heck of a resume for Nakobe Dean right there. I don't care what you say about his negatives. That's a heck of a resume starting out. I like that right there. See, that's right there is going to get some coaches' attention and some scouts' attention. This is nasty right here. Alright, so if Nakobe Dean is still there at 15, I don't know. Maybe we consider it. Maybe we consider it, man, with an Eagles trade down. Maybe we do. I'm starting to favor this one because look at this. 54, 53, both in 21 and 2020. That's how many total tackles you're looking at consistently. 18 assists, 14 assists, 10 missed tackles last year, 7 missed tackles the year before. And keep in mind in 2020, you're looking at 10 games total that he's played. But he played a total of 15 last year. Now, you take a look at his snaps by alignment. You're looking at the box mainly is what you're going to see from most linebackers anyway. 582. And you can see he can play slot. Now again, remember what I said. We're looking for somebody that can play box and we can play D-line. That's what we're aiming for. The slot is a bonus at this point. If you could play slot 2 as a third one, yes, we like you. You know, if you put up the right numbers and you put up the right grade. But that's a 42 snap count in the slot, 28 in the D-line. But here's the thing, man. Here's what makes it interesting is because he plays in the SEC. He's played against Bama twice. He's played against Florida. He graded well against Florida, 91. He played against Auburn, the Gamecocks, and Saka, and Clemson. My Clemson Tigers. Now let's not ignore the fact that he has also played against Michigan, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Those 3 teams, don't ignore those 3. Because, let me tell you something, Tennessee has some nasty players on that team that are in this draft. Kentucky has a couple of weapons too in this draft. But Michigan under Harbaugh has been putting out a good chunk of hardball players too. So that grading right there has been earned. You know, it's not just, oh, well, you play against a bunch of rinky-dink teams like maybe Vanderbilt, you know, or CSU or somebody dumb like that, you know. And some of these players have like a whole list of those teams on their schedules for last year. And it's like, who's going to pay attention to those games? You don't learn anything from those on how tough a player is. You learn from games like Clemson. You learn from games like Auburn, Florida, Alabama, Michigan. Those are the types of games you're going to learn something about this player. How tough he is, how much grit he has, how footwork, hands, everything. Because every one of those teams that I listed is going to bring everything in the kitchen sink at you every time they play. They don't hold back. You're going to get their best, which means you better bring your best out there as a player. So when you're evaluating these players, you're getting this player's best against these teams. So what you see on this stat board, that's real. Especially against SEC teams. It's real. So Nakobe Dean is definitely on my radar. Quay Walker I haven't really paid much attention to because of Nakobe Dean. But we'll look at him later. Brian, we actually did study him in a film study for linebackers the last time we did it. 226. I think it was the first film study we did. We had Kaysen in here, and he was helping me break down these films. 6 foot even. 73.8. Again, Oklahoma guys earn these grades too because they play some tough opponents too. And I'll show you who they played last year. Texas is a tough opponent. Oklahoma State can be, at times, a tough opponent. Beyond that, I think you got TCU occasionally has a good team. K-State will put one up every once in a blue moon. So, I don't see why you got ratings on those games. Games against Baylor is not going to teach you much. I want to know what he did against Oklahoma State and Texas. Those are the two I want to look at. Those are the two ratings. But if you look at him as a linebacker, you're looking at 68 total tackles, 19 assists, 7 missed tackles last year. That's pretty doggone good. I like this guy. There's a reason these guys are on my radar that are on there. They're just there for fun and giggles. I put them there for a good reason. Alright. So, let's take a look at the snaps. Snap counts here. We got 521 in the box, that's good. 41 in the slot, that's good too. But you need to see more on the D-line. Again, not the best fit for us. Now, would I consider somebody with a 30 snap counts, 30 to 40 snap count in the D-line, along with the box? Yes, I would. If they have a decent rating, if they've got the numbers to back it up, and they played decent enough opponents, and a good track record, then yes, I'll take a look at them. For sure. Career high 8 stops in final career game versus Oklahoma State. See, that's what I want to see right there. That's what you want to look at. 1 touchdown allowed in the past 2 seasons. and 3 forced fumbles last year. Beautiful, right? That's a good resume. What's good, man? How you doing? Can you hear me okay? I don't really care what these guys do in high school. That doesn't matter to me. I want the stuff you did in college. You know, so again, linebackers are very important at this point. That's why I'm focusing so much on that. I really do believe Christian Harris is the guy, though. I really do feel like it. Despite the grade they gave me in the mock, I feel like we got a winner there. I got David here. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I agree with you, man.
Anything you'd like to input here?
Just listening to you, just trying to study what you were looking at and stuff, and I think the linebacker out of Georgia's pretty good too. I gotta do some studies on him, but other than that, like, you're nailing everything to the team, like, you're saying everything right.
Okay, I want to point out, where is he? Guard. I'm going to show you guys, there he is, 133.
Who would you rather have, a Christian or the guy from Georgia? Forget his name.
Christian Harris or Mcafee Dean? I would choose Christian Harris. Because Christian Harris has played some snaps on the defensive line. Mcafee Dean has not played as many. Plus, Christian Harris is more well-versed and has a lot bigger of a history, numbers-wise, against bigger opponents. Alright, so, yeah, just to show you Joshua Zidoo's numbers, he's given up 2 sacks, 2 hits, 12 hurries last year in 12 games. Now, keep in mind, he's had 426 pass block snaps, 308 run block snaps, for a total of 734 offensive snaps as a whole. Now, that's a lot of snaps on both ends. That tells you he can do both.
That's impressive.
Yes. And you look at it, he's played for 10 games in 2020. And 0 sacks, 4 hits, 5 hurries is what he gave up last year. Now, granted, these are ACC teams he's playing up against. You know, you're talking Virginia Tech, probably Notre Dame, Pitt, NC State are probably going to be your biggest opponents. But if you look at it, look how many snaps by alignment this dude has. 459 at left guard, but look at this, 274 at left tackle. Plus, they said during the scouting combine he can play right tackle as well. So that's 3 different positions we're looking at here for this dude. That's invaluable with our depth chart. That's amazingly invaluable.
Well, let's say So we pick him up. What we know with Brady Christian, just like rotate him or what?
Well, we're gonna want to put him at guard. That's the thing. We're gonna want to start him at guard once he's ready. So we got Austin Corbett on the other side. Left guard, we got Pat Afflin right now. So we put him in front of Michael Jordan and Dennis Daly. Set him up there, you know. Which means one of those two has to go.
And what about Deontay Brown? Do you think he'll be in the mix this year?
I have a lot of faith in Deontay Brown. I think he played solidly against Tampa Bay last year. You know, when we put him in. I'd like to see more of him, but I think that Tampa Bay game was a pretty good test run. First test run. To see how well he can handle the offensive line.
I think they held that man back too much last season.
I believe so. I would have liked to see more of him on the line and more of an experience. But with this mock draft that I put out, like, you saw me do a lot of trading players that we're not going to use, like Shi Smith, you know, Frank Herron. We're not using Frank. Come on. We got David Nixon. We don't need Frank. Frank is a camp body.
I'm tired of all these players getting in trouble, too. I mean, it's crazy.
You already addressed that earlier in the stream. The league has done nothing. The team has done nothing to discipline these guys. Look, man. What is it going to take? Matt Rhule is too soft on these guys. Send a message, man. Do something. You don't have to win on the league to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless it's a league rule, then do something. At least fine them for starters. I mean, it doesn't do much, but at least it's a start.
And that was a pretty serious case.
Yeah. All three of them are.
The last one I read was the most serious, I thought.
I agree. And we just got him, too.
I know, man. It was awful.
We just got him. Oh.
It is better than mine, you know.
So if you consider that, we got Shaq, we have Corey Littleton, and Frankie Louvu. That's it. Who is Kamal Martin? Nobody knows who Kamal Martin is. Nobody pays attention to him. That's a camp body. So we technically have three. We need a linebacker bad.
Really bad. I kind of wish Luke would come out of retirement, but it's not going to happen. But I can dream of it.
I really want Christian Harris in a trade down with somebody to where we're sitting in the 50 area, you know, for second round, and we have a shot at Christian Harris. We need to take it. Do not hesitate. Take it. I don't care who else is on the board. Take it. You're not getting another one.
True.
This dude will be gone.
What would you do if Luke Kuechly came back there, honestly? Would you get chills?
What's up, Emerson? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. What would I do if Luke Kuechly came back? I would say, okay, for what role?
Linebacker.
If he were to actually suit up again, I'd be concerned about his health. I'd be like, nah, dog. Stay retired, man. You know? Keep your health, bro.
I know. I think he kind of misses it, wants to come back there.
Oh, my gosh. I miss Luke so much, man. Dude. Oh. I love that dude. That is the perfect representation player for the Panthers. Like, forever.
I was reading articles, earlier this year, and it said that he was missing football and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, he might come back. I don't know, man.
He won't be taking a scouting role, I know that.
Yeah.
It was too much on him.
I think that'd be cool if he could be like the assistant defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. I can see that. I want his brain. I don't want his body. I want his brain on this sideline.
We need something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Even if he's in the booth and he's just on a headset, and he's just pointing out stuff, I'm down with that, dude. I'd love that. You don't have to sacrifice your body like every day, out on the field, just to be an assistant. Just take the plane rides with the team, and, use your mind. Help us out.
He can make that defense smarter, too. I mean,
absolutely. Either him or Thomas Davis, one of the two, man. If we get both, hey, that's a bonus right there. Yo. But yeah, we got to send a message to this team. You can't get away from the law here in Carolina, man. You can't be getting away with this stuff for free. Alright, so today we're going to look at guard. And I wanted to start out with the Zidoo there. Because I feel like that's the find of my mock drafts right there. That's the golden goose right there. I was not expecting to find that. I was originally looking at Marquise Hayes, but let's see what else is on this board. Because this is going to be a film study, y'all. From this point on, it's a film study. Alright, so Kenyon Green, Texas A&M. Let's take a look at him. I don't think we're going to get Zion Johnson there. I don't think it's going to happen. Boston College, nah. But let's look at Kenyon Green, man. That's a little more our size. So with Kenyon Green, Texas A&M, we're looking at 6'4", 323. This is one of those guys I haven't explored yet. Alright, so he can play right guard, left tackle in 3 consecutive weeks. 3 pressures allowed over final 7 games. Alright, so let's look at it.
That sounds pretty solid.
Yeah. I like what I'm seeing so far. Let's take a look at him. I've heard good things about this dude, but I want to see him in action.
I can't believe the draft is next week, though. That's crazy.
Okay,
Stream 85 plus channels and save up to...
This year's flying by already.
That is so true, man. After this film study video here, man, I want to ask you about Cam Newton.
Alright.
Well, we'll go ahead and do it right now. How do you feel about us looking into Cam Newton again?
I mean, I want him to stay, but I don't know if he's willing to stay. That's the problem.
Why do you think he may not stay?
Because of how he got done last year by the coaching staff.
That's a good point. We didn't exactly use him right, so I could see where he may not be interested. But
I mean, I want him to stay, but I mean that's one thing. That's his choice.
If we do get Cam Newton back, that allows us to focus on linebacker or guard in the first round trade down.
I think it would actually help build our team better if he would stay. But
I think so too. We wouldn't have to go digging for Malik Willis. We wouldn't have to go digging for Sam Howell or one of these bridge quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of wasting a pick on that? And on that note of quarterbacks, I do want to point out like one other quarterback that was thrown at me this week, which was Carson Strong from Nevada.
I hadn't heard of him yet.
Yeah, let's take a look at this dude. Alright, so they pointed out in the yellow square here the two offensive linemen. So I'm not sure which one he is. He's the guard, I think. He just plowed through a guy. Open up a run hole right there. Alright,
this
so
sounds kind of crazy. Go ahead, sorry.
Is he's going to be right there. He's got nobody to guard right now. When he handles his business, plows him into the ground. Good footwork, good strength. Good run block. Okay. That's against the Gators right there. You open up a little run hole to the left right there. Good strength. I'm liking the pass protection so far. He had a little help on that one. But, yeah, I like it. Good footwork, good hands. Okay, this is against Alabama. Now we're going to find out how good he really is. Okay, he opened up that gap over to the right side for that sweep. Now keep in mind, he has played 3 different positions in this video.
That's impressive, man.
Yeah. These Bama guys are strong too. Very fast, very physical.
One of the top teams in the conference in college.
Mm-hmm. You know, he's pushing them to the next level on that one. That's good. That's what you want. That good, strong, sturdy push. Okay, good pocket right there.
When you get time, there's one more thing I want to say about Cam.
Absolutely. Alright, so there he is. He's handling his business. He's knocking people down. These are LSU guys. Wow.
Hi, honey. Hi.
Alright.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I would say that the let's see, what did they list him as for a PFF grade? 79.8. That's accurate. Alright, so what do you want to say about Cam?
I was sitting there thinking, pondering about it, and they were willing to give up the whole farm, to get Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
So they paid him a little bit more for like 2 years. Do you think he might be enticed to stay?
I don't think it's a question of money. I think it's a question of, is the team going to be competitive? And if you're thinking from Cam Newton's perspective, you're asking two things. How are you going to use me? And am I willing to sit through a bad season, which will be 2022, in order to get to 2023 to where this team is built up completely and competitive? On a 2-year deal. Is that worth it?
Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, we got Austin Corbett and then the center from what was his name, Bozeman?
Right.
That's going to solidify the line pretty good. They have plenty of time to throw.
Exactly. And that's also another thing. Sam Darnold is not going to have any more excuses. He's got that line.
I think that'd be hilarious, though. Like, okay, let's just say, Cam signs as a backup, and then, in training camp, he, outperforms Sam Darnold by a long shot. And then they end up naming Cam the starter. That'd be pretty funny.
That would be an interesting scenario if he does outplay Sam Darnold.
I'm sure he
or
can.
Outperform him in training camp. That'd be interesting. Because that would mean that you could split the snap count 50-50 between the two. And like I was explaining earlier, make the amount that you're paying him make sense, for what you're using him for. If you're just going to use him for red zone situations, don't bother. Don't bother paying him at all.
I think they paid him too much because they really didn't use him that much.
Exactly.
It's not fair. It's not fair for the media to say that,
I don't pay attention to the media. I pay attention to what we do.
I know. It's not fair for them to say that his career is over with and done for.
No. The media is always going to find the worst things to say about a player. They're always going to try to find the negatives.
That's what I'm trying to say.
They're just looking for a negative story to get some attention. That's all they're doing.
But you got to think he had to learn a whole new playbook. He came in late in the season. And
exactly. He had so many challenges in front of him that it made it so complicated to earn the amount of money that we paid him. And it's just way too much money to begin with. 8.7, we're going to call it 8.7 because I don't remember the exact amount. It wasn't 10 like everybody's thinking it was, like it was reported as, but it was 8.7 when you actually looked at the contract and the money he was paid. It's still too much for him to be sitting on the bench as much as he was and learning that new playbook and going through all that garbage with Matt Rule and our old offensive coordinator. It just wasn't worth the money that he was being paid. We overpaid him.
The way I see it, I think it's kind of sickening. You're going to have a reunion.
So if we do that again, with that same amount of money, it better be for the entire year, number one. Number two, we better get some real good productivity out of him. And I'm talking like 60-40 snaps or go in favor of Sam Darnold type of productivity.
I agree, man, because, I mean, that wasn't much reunion to me, like, the way they did him last year.
And number 3, it better be a 2-year contract. That way we can sign whoever we pick in that first round in 2023. You know, we don't screw around. We go for a quarterback in that first round in 2023 while we have the capital to do so. You know, we don't have that type of luxury this year. That's what I'm saying. We should stay away from quarterback this year.
You know, here's a good question about Ben McAdoo. Like, I've heard some good things and bad things about him, but on the positive side about him, I've heard he runs almost like a fast-paced offense.
Speaking of, I need to look at his press conference on stream here. Let's do that.
I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've been hearing.
We gotta break that down. The whole thing? Is that the whole thing? 21 minutes.
Hey, here's a good laugh. He looks like a grown man Chucky.
That was very true, actually.
The way his hair is, you know.
Very true.
Why do you smell it?
Here, Davis.
Alright, come on. YouTube ads. Yeah, great.
No.
Promise.
Yes, they
And we'll finish up looking at that offensive guard in a second, but I want to look at this first. I don't know why it's trolling right now. Hold on. There we go.
When I first watched his press conference, I felt like he was pretty legit in what he was saying. Like he didn't say fake or nothing.
Yeah, we are, Coach. Can you hear and see me okay?
I can hear you. I see a lot of people, but
okay.
Are you alive?
Ready, fire, aim.
Okay, sounds good, guys. You know the drill. Raise your hands, and we'll call on you to speak with Coach McAdoo here. And I guess with that, we'll start with Josh Graham. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, Coach. Your style's been described as being a lot of up-tempo, often out of shotgun. Is that dependent on who's under center, or is that the style that you'd expect? And what trait do you think a quarterback you'd ideally want in that offense would be the best trait to have?
All right, so we're looking at up-tempo, we're looking at shotgun, right? That's what he prefers. Now, does that fit Sam Darnold to you?
No, it does not.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying to people all week. That does not fit.
Hey, here's a hint here. Like, before he came out and said Sam Darnold was a quarterback, I was reading so many reports that Ben McAdoo could not stand Sam Darnold.
Wow.
I mean, did you ever read that? I'm being real about that.
I did not see those, no. That's some early drama right there.
Yeah, because he said he couldn't stand Darnold. I'm serious.
Yikes, guys. That's early drama. We don't like that.
All right, you welcome me the right way with a multi-part question, huh? So I guess, first things first, we'll start, we'll play a little bit under center, we'll play a little bit in the gun, we'll do that based on each install.
Play a little bit under the center, play a little bit of gun. Interesting guy we got here.
We're not gonna, we're not gonna jump into this thing and say we're gonna be a certain type of offense right away.
Well, why not? What type of offense are we running here? If we don't know what type of offense we're running, how are we gonna draft? How are we gonna pick up free agents? This is important. Come on, Ben. Don't do this to us, bro. Right out of the gate. This is first impression, dude. You can't be doing this.
Our approach is going to be comprehensive, so we're going to jump into it.
Comprehensive.
And we're going to put the system in as a whole. The system can fit and can tailor to any type of player that we bring in here. We don't.
Really now? All right. So at first you're saying we don't have a comprehensive system, but yet we have a system, and it can tailor to any player that we bring in. Okay. This guy's like Two-Face right now. He's just like, well, I'm drifting to this side. No, I'm drifting to this side. What? I'm actually going to tell the truth. No, I gotta lie to the media. Tell the truth. Lie to the media. Tell the truth. Lie to the media. It's like, pick one, bro.
I don't ever want to turn down a good player because he doesn't fit the system. And as we get going, we want to make sure we tailor the system to the players we have and what they do best. So right now...
Okay. Tailor the system to the players and what they do best. Thank you. That is your job. That is your job, sir.
Now we just had a couple meetings here. We had one yesterday. We had one today. And we're just going through putting the general section stuff in, the beginning of the book in. We got lined up yesterday, and today we started putting some simple run concepts in. But we want to make sure we get a look at these guys in pads and see what they do best before we, try to guess on, the best way to go out and play.
Try to guess on the best way to go out and play?
To introduce yourself.
You mean you don't know?
Coach Rich out here, but it's the first time we see most of y'all. So,
Jonathan
Alexander, then Skylar Callum.
Hey, Ben. Jonathan Alexander, Charlotte Observer. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Let me ask you, when you look back at the film of this offense and why the quarterbacks, may have struggled last year, what did you see? What did you determine from that?
Good question.
Back, one of the first things I think you have to do is you have to go back and try to figure out why you're in the building. And there are a lot of good...
That's not the question.
Hey, Corey, that's so funny, like at the bottom down there it says, we were too busy making our guests happy to actually design the spinner ad. I just happened to catch that.
And this dude seems to be too busy trying to make the media happy to actually get the job done right so far. I mean, maybe I'm making assumptions here, but he did shoot his mouth off and say that Sam Darnold was the starter.
Yeah.
I'm just saying without actually saying,
I know, but it just hit me like before all this interview stuff happened, like he did actually come out and say that he didn't like Sam Darnold.
Ooh.
Which I'm really confused now. I'm confused.
Yeah.
I forgot about that, but he did say...
Maybe he doesn't agree with the management's decision on that.
I'm lost.
Maybe he's kissing up to Matt Rule and he says, I don't want to lose my job now that I just got one here, So Sam Darnold could be the starter. That's fine. After saying all that stuff. Maybe.
Coaches, excuse me.
But that's not the question though, bro. That's not the question. He asked you. Let me back this up. Hold up. Y'all need that. Y'all need to hear the question.
Alexander, Charlotte Observer. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Let me ask you, when you look back at the film of this offense and why the quarterbacks, may have struggled last year, what did you see? What did you determine from that?
That's the question. Now, this man directly avoids the answers to this question.
Well, we went back. One of the first things I think you have to do is you have to go back and try to figure out why you're in the building. And there are a lot of good coaches. Excuse me.
You have to figure out why you're in the building. You have to figure out why you have this job.
What a question.
Look, it's not complicated why you have this job, bro. You have this job because of the former one made us lose brain cells. Okay, it's not that hard to contemplate the answer to that question.
I tell you what, he looks like
That's not the question you were asked, though.
He looks like a character. I mean, it makes me laugh. He does. It's funny. I don't know.
There are a lot of good coaches in the building, and a lot of good players in the building. And when I went back, we watched each game. So we spent time together as a staff watching all 16 games, and we just had looked at the season and how it unfolded.
Okay.
Those discussions, I think it's important.
Now you answered the
when
question.
things are said and things are done, we keep kind of those in-house right now. But there's a lot of reasons why, maybe the win total wasn't what you desired last year.
It's not that hard to figure out why.
Hey,
It
here's
really
a correction.
isn't.
Correction, there was 17 games, not 16.
Goodness. Here we go again, y'all.
Oh, gosh.
Here we go again, y'all. I'm telling you.
There was 17 games last year, right? Or am I crazy?
Nah, you're right.
He said 16.
It's an 18-game season total. You get one bye week.
I know. He messed up.
So yeah.
He messed up. He messed up.
Yep.
And I think Coach Rule hit it in the meeting this morning. I think the most important thing we can do is take care of the football. The ball's king.
Really? That was our biggest issue last year. Matt Rule, again, is way off. How many times?
I feel like Matt Rule was just here for the money, man. Let's be honest.
I'm at this point where I'm just like, I'm done trying to understand Matt Rule. I'm done. Okay. Really? Taking care of the football? That's what he thinks is one of our biggest issues last year? Bruh. He is so out of touch with this team, it's not even funny anymore. It's scary at this point. He needs to go.
Let's just give him a shot, see how he does.
Matt Rule needs to go.
Yeah, he does.
And if we start there and we do a better job taking care of the football and moving forward, we're going to have a chance to be more successful on Sundays.
Oh, really?
Hold on. What about third down?
Oh, really? In other news, water is wet. Let's continue.
Oh, gosh.
Hey Ben, Skylar Callahan with Sports Illustrated. Welcome to Charlotte. Just wanted to get your thoughts on when you go through this draft process in a year like this where there's really not a clear-cut number one guy and there's multiple names at the top at quarterback. Just what kind of things do you look for, whether it be on the field, off the field, in these interviews that you guys have, just that may stick out to you?
Great question. Great question. That's what we're looking for, reporters. Y'all take notes. Listen to this dude. That's what we're looking for. That's the sound of a person that has actually done their homework and is actually asking a research question. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think you have to look at each position. I think it's an exciting year for the draft, that's for sure. I'm not sure what the narrative out there, but I think there are a lot of players that could jump up there early in the draft. There's a lot of qualified players. But, you're really looking for, the whole package when you're picking up high, and those are, and you kind of want to see how the player fits into, your culture and fits into the brand. I'm a big believer in the brand here that Coach Rule has. Big believer in the plan to win, and I think that's kind of your starting point there.
Let's go to Derek.
You hear that? He's a big believer in the culture that Matt Rule is creating. Kissing up to Matt Rule. There's a danger in that, folks. If Matt Rule goes and Mr. McAdoo is successful here, and he goes with them, we lose out on an offensive coordinator. If he fails at what he's doing, then we don't lose that much. We start from square one. An offensive coordinator. So, to me, that's not a very good thing, considering Matt Rule has not done a very good job over the past 2 years. So, take it for what it is, folks. Take it for what it is.
Darren Gant and Will Palacic.
Hey, dude, man. Darren Gant, Panthers.com. How would you describe what you want to do offensively, I guess, from a philosophy standpoint, compared to what was here previously? What are the big differences in what you believe about offense?
Well, I think, the first thing, like I talked about, is we need to see what the players do well, and we need to put them in position to be successful and do what they do well. Now, a lot of times you can't tailor to all the players, but you can to the nucleus of players. So that's number one. I think the most important thing for us, philosophically, is the game's about players, not plays. And we want to put the ball in the players that can greatly impact the game, put the ball in their hands. And we want to think of those.
All right, the game is about players, not plays.
Hold on, I got
what y'all think about that statement right there?
I got something to say about that. Isn't football a team sport?
Exactly.
Everybody's I don't like it.
I agree. I'm with you. I don't like that statement either. That's exactly what I pointed it out. See, you caught this too, man. Thank you for that. I wanted people to notice this stuff. Read in between the lines. Pick up on these lines like that, because it's important.
Those players in critical times and put them in position to be successful so they can impact the game in your favor. I think, another thing that's important to me is we play, whether we spread out or we play with a fullback or we play with multiple tight ends, we could go any direction. That remains to be seen, but I think it's important that you have a physical, heavy-handed play style in this league. That you need to run the football, and you need to run the football.
Think about that, folks. We were trying to run the football on our own terms, but we couldn't do it because our offensive line was struggling.
Like that one comment really bugs me, man. He's, in my opinion, he's talking like like it's the earth and the nucleus and stuff. Like, there's nothing to do with that.
Yeah. Like, we've already succeeded with trying to run the ball in our own terms. That's not an issue right now. The issue has been protection and trying to get this ball out of the pocket, to a receiver.
I'll say the offensive line.
Watch me. I like to throw the football, that's for sure. But there needs to be times in the game and times in the season where you have to decide to run the football, and you have to be able to do that. It gives you a chance to be successful.
Stream 85 plus channel.
Okay. Such as these third down and short situations where we didn't use Cam Newton, or where we didn't use these big bodied guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous, man. Are we going to run into another situation like that?
Well,
at least we got linemen this time. That's the difference.
When I listen to it again, the first time I thought he was legit, but when I really
Ben Logic, WFNZ Radio here in Charlotte. The offensive line has undergone a massive transformation year over year, especially with the addition of Coach Campen. What did you like about the additions that were made, and how will that play change year over year for you guys?
Good question. How would you answer that one?
I didn't hear the question, sorry.
I'll run it back.
Radio here in Charlotte. The offensive line has undergone a massive transformation year over year, especially with the addition of Coach Campen. What did you like about the additions that were made, and how will that play change year over year for you guys?
That's a good question, isn't it?
It's really a question, yes.
Yeah. These guys are doing their homework in this room right now. So far. I like these questions. This has been one of the few good days where we've heard a lot of good ones. To me, I like all the free agent additions that we made. You know, the center, the guard, Corbett.
And their stats are really impressive too. You gotta admit that.
How's that going to impact our play? It's going to help protect our quarterback.
More points on the board.
Yes. That's what it's going to result in. Excuse me. Domino effect, you know?
Honestly, do you trust this offensive coordinator or do you not trust him? Be honest with me.
I'm 50-50 right now. I feel like I'm dealing with Jekyll and Hyde here, man. Because, let me be real, man. This dude, he does have his good moments where he doesn't tell the media everything. You know, where he doesn't give away the store. But there's also moments where he does say some stuff that should not be put out there, such as the Sam Darnold announcement.
Also, the up-tempo offense.
Yes.
That too.
I'm pretty sure that Matt didn't want that out there either. So, I'm 50-50 on whether I trust him or not. I'm going to give him one more presser and see what I think of him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted...
Yeah, I like, you know, when I came in, we started watching...
Always.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What were you saying?
I was saying, like, you know, when we had Cam, like, when he was a starter and stuff, we don't know, you know, he's up in the air right now, but I'm just saying, like, I always wanted to up into offense with Cam.
Yeah.
You know, when we got him. I always wanted that.
Yeah. What he's describing, you know, as our offensive game plan is Cam is a good fit. Cam is the best fit. Probably a Russell Wilson type as well. May not be the best fit for somebody like Baker Mayfield. What do you think about Garoppolo?
Here's another suggestion I have. I don't know if we can get him, but how about Nick Foles?
That was suggested a few months ago, actually, Nick Foles.
Yeah, I mean it was. Am I right or wrong? He won a Super Bowl, right?
He did.
I'm just saying.
I think that's a good fit, you know, up tempo wise, and what Ben is trying to do. Again, Cam is as well. Sam Darnold is not. Teddy Bridgewater is not. You know, Garoppolo, big question mark there because we're not 100% sure on Garoppolo. Baker Mayfield, probably not. So, I mean, that's just based on the up-tempo shotgun. You know what I mean? That's what he's wanting to do. Just out of the gate. What about Gardner Minshew? That's a good question because I haven't 100% figured out Gardner Minshew yet. You know, what his style is. Because the Jaguars have not had a good offensive line. And neither have the Eagles. So I haven't gotten a real good comparison, for Minshew yet. That's a good question.
Film, I think there's good pieces here on the offensive line. And I think adding Bozeman and adding Corbett did nothing but help us and created depth and created competition right there. But there's some good young players who have to grow and they need to develop and they need to improve. And I can't think of a better guy to come in and help do it than Coach Campen. He's a tremendous football coach. I worked with him for 8 years in Green Bay, and I know he's excited to get out there on the field and get his hands on these guys.
All right, so those two have worked together in Green Bay. That's interesting. Like, see, before this presser, I didn't know that.
I'm off of it.
So I see the comparison. I see why these two have been paired up together. I don't know if I like it or not. We'll find out.
Is it a situation where you're looking at next Thursday and, you're advocating for lineman over quarterback or quarterback over lineman? What is your role in that process come next Thursday?
Quit asking this man for tidbits. He's not going to give you anything. It's ridiculous. These media people think we're going to give away the store just because we got a new offensive coordinator, we got a new defensive coordinator. Right around draft time, they think, oh, well, this guy's going to give away these types of secrets right before the draft. It's not going to happen, guys. Stop it. Stop asking questions like that. Man, that's like asking for the game book for the next game. They're not going to give you that, bro. Stop. Man, use that time to ask something different.
Whatever, Mr. Tepper and Coach and Scott ask, whatever they ask of me, I'll do.
That's the answer you expect to get, right there.
I'll give my input. I've given my input on a bunch of different players, whether it's quarterbacks, linemen, the whole 9 yards, and you just kind of go through and tell them what you see, and tell them how they may fit in the program and how they may fit and how you would use them in your offense, and that's my role.
That's what you expect. Come on. Don't ask him for any tidbits on who we're going to possibly draft, who he's looking at. Just stop. He's not going to give you anything. He's not. Drives me nuts every year.
Thank you. Welcome to town.
Great to be here.
All right, let's go to Joe, then Steve.
Watch, that question's going to be asked a different way, too. Watch.
Athletic. Good to see you.
Good, great to see you. That's Joe from Williamsport.
Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Represent. Yes. Thank you for remembering. You did a cool interview in 2018 with the New York Post where you were kind of breaking down the quarterbacks that had gotten drafted that year. And one of them was Sam. Mm-hmm. You mentioned that you thought there was magic in his game, but you didn't at the
Keep in mind that he broke those quarterbacks down after they got drafted. After. Not before, media. Remember that.
The time really loved the way he threw the ball. Wondered kind of if your opinion had changed at all over the years or just sort of what your opinion is of Sam.
Yeah, Sam was one of the things, one of the people that intrigued me to the job, to be honest with you. I think Sam does have some magic in his game. I think he's got some athleticism to him. I'm excited to work with Sam, and we've been working the last few days here to kind of get up to speed on the offense. And
Then why are we hearing rumors that you don't like Sam at all? Why are we hearing the opposite, bro?
He's shown flashes of being a good player in this league, and working together. Hopefully we can get that to show up more consistently.
That same article, you mentioned Baker, and you said he had an edge to his game, which you liked, but you weren't sold necessarily on his athleticism. Any change on how you view Baker over the years?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to comment on your question, but this isn't my first rodeo, and I'm not going to keep the comments to the players on our roster right now.
I love it. I love it. He says, we don't have Baker in Carolina yet. Why do you want this? Why do you want this info? Bruh. My man tried to troll him right there. Oh, wow. My man in the media trying to troll him. He says, I'm not giving you that. Come on, bro. You don't deserve that bone. It's not my first rodeo. I love it, bro. I love it. Carl says, only reason I asked about Minshew is because we probably acquire him cheap. And he's worked with McAdoo. He's a lot better in touchdown to interception ratio as well. That's possible. It's possible. It's possible to get him. If you're going to trade for Minshew, what would you trade for him? What do you think they would ask in a trade for him? Considering we are looking at the Eagles as a trade partner for that number 15, I mean, you could throw him in, but that's going to mean less picks that we get. That's the thing. You could throw Sam Darnold in there, but it's not, it doesn't balance. Robbie Anderson could balance it, though. And could get us one more pick rather than the two that we're expecting to get out of Robbie. So, I could see it. I could see it.
Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
Hey, Coach. Steve Reed from the Associated Press. Welcome to Charlotte.
Great to see you.
Great to see you. I was wondering, you have a dynamic weapon, certainly in Christian McCaffrey. Can you explain to us on what ways you would like to get the best out of him? And secondly, I'd like to follow up with Will's question. Do you prefer a tackle or a quarterback at number 6?
Stop. He's not going to give you that. Again, this is not his first rodeo. He's not going to give you that answer. What'd I tell you? Asked in a different way. That's what this media circus does, man. That's what they do. They never stop. It's like a broken record, bro. Ugh. It just drives you absolutely mad. Alright, so the first part of that was, how is CMC going to get used? Now, Matt Rule has already said we're not putting him in slot. Now, let's see what Ben decides he wants to do.
With as far as Christian goes, we're just putting in the offense right now. We'll get out in a couple weeks, what we call phase 2, and kind of throw catch a little bit and run around. And I'd just like to see him, in the offense. I've seen him in different offenses before. I just like to go out there, get my hands on him a little bit, and see how he responds. He's certainly a guy that can, with his past production, he can handle anything you throw at him. He can, he can do a lot of different things for you, and certainly that's exciting. As far as number 6 goes, I'm a team guy first, so whatever's best for the football team, You know, whether it's offense, defense, special teams, whatever the case may be, trading back, I'm good with it all as long as it helps the team.
Stream
Again,
85 plus
he's
channel.
not going to give you anything. He's basically saying, I'm good with anything that we decide to do as a team. And that's the right answer. Because he's a team player, man. He's an offensive coordinator. He's a team player.
Ellis, please.
Hey, Coach, I know you don't know where I'm from, but
But if you're expecting him to tell you, hey, these are the options that we're looking at number 6, he's not going to do that. He's not stupid. Okay? Bro, not even... Oh my gosh. Not even Joe Brady would do that. Not even he's that dumb. Come on, man.
we get to see each other.
You want
Liberty, right?
What do you want from this dude?
Hey, understand the quarterback likely will be the face of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
How much more intense is the vetting process at that position than any other in the draft, from your experience?
I think.
Interesting question. That's one I wasn't looking for. How much more intense is it?
You know, I've been around long enough to be comfortable enough in my own skin. You know, you work the way you work and you evaluate the way you evaluate. And I'm going to look at the position the same every year, whether you believe you're going to take one or whether you don't believe you're going to take one. I think it's always important that you do your due diligence, you know, dot the I's, cross the T's. And, you know, the worst thing you can start doing, anything in life, is start pressing. And that's...
Yep, exactly. He's done his research on everything, you know, not just quarterbacks. So he's saying, look, I've looked at linebackers, I've looked at guards, I've looked at quarterbacks, you know, not just quarterbacks. So, you know, I've looked at defensive ends, you know, without seeing those positions, you know. Those are positions of need, you know, that we believe that we need, right? And he's not going to tell you which positions we're looking at, but yes, he's been doing his due diligence if we don't take a quarterback. You know, so... And you don't want to press. Exactly. The media idiots say one thing, but but what we hear is, quote unquote, show me your draft board without showing me your draft board. End quote. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you're thinking, really? How dumb do you think these coaches really are? That's like saying, show me your game plan each week before you go, like, right as you're about to go onto the field. Like, how dumb do you think we are?
That's the last thing I'll do.
But regarding that, do you do more vetting a quarterback than you say would a guard or a line, you know, another position out there, because he's got to be so much to a team?
Yeah, I think you evaluate each position a little bit differently. I think they
Good
all
question.
have, you know, their little intricacies you have to dive into. But as far as changing that year to year, that's not something I'm willing to do.
Okay. And you look at Sam as your starting quarterback?
Sam is our starting quarterback, yes.
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it from the horse's mouth himself. Sam is our starting quarterback. Lordy. Lord have mercy. We better have a horrible 22 season.
Obviously have a say over
Here
that,
we
but
go.
the way it is in the building right now, Sam is our starting quarterback.
Right.
Lord have mercy. Get ready for the excuses. They're going to come in plenty. Especially from Matt Rule. wonder how much trouble he got in with Matt Rule on that one. He definitely wasn't supposed to say that.
Coach, Ellis Williams here.
Oh, I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
Good to see you. How's it going?
Things are well, man. Welcome to Charlotte. I'm wondering, fans are familiar with you, most familiar during your time with the New York Giants, and we've had like 4 or 5 years since then. I'm wondering, in your opinion, what have you learned about yourself? How have you expanded, grown as an offensive coordinator, as a play caller, in between then and now?
Yeah, so
Good question. What have you learned? What have you learned? Excellent question.
I've been fortunate enough, as we all know, coaches are hired to be fired in this business, and I was blessed to have the opportunities I've had in the past, and I'm blessed to have this one. During my time away, I spent a lot of time, either watching tape, talking to people who can help me. One of the things I've been working on is being better talking to you people, so, announcing the starting quarterback.
He said you people. My man said you people. Oh, that made my night right there. That made my night, man. Y'all know I ain't no friend of the media. You know I'm not.
Back here, I just put my foot in the mouth, so that wasn't something I should.
You just literally put your foot in the mouth when you said you people. When you called out the media. What are you talking about, man? I love it, though. I love it. But you just put your foot in your mouth, though. All right, let's go.
But, so I spent some time visiting some different camps and talking to a lot of coaches, a lot of different players. Had a chance to work down in Jacksonville with a good group of coaches. We had a rough year, but had a chance to learn a different system there. And then being in Dallas last year, being with Mike and just seeing how he created the culture there in Dallas, and working with Dan Quinn on defense and Kellen Moore on offense, and just having to, learn both sides of the ball and work on both sides of the ball was a lot of fun. Put a spin on both sides of the ball for both different coordinators and helped any way I could. So I think, if you're not getting better in this profession, you're getting worse. And
that's the truth.
That's a little bit about how I spent my time. I tried to be a better husband and a father than I probably was in New York in the past. It's up for debate whether I did a good job of that or not, but I put some effort into it.
If you're not getting better, you're getting worse in this.
Let's try. We're getting a little time, so let's try to hit some folks that haven't had a chance yet. We'll go Sheena, then Cameron, then Mike, and we'll see where we're at.
Good afternoon, Coach. Sheena Quick with Fox Sports 1340 AM. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great. I can't see you. I just see your name.
Oh, sorry about that. But
okay.
I know you mentioned a little bit earlier that this draft class is interesting and exciting. What are some of the things that jump out at you when it comes to the quarterbacks and the tackles?
The quarterbacks and the tackles. I just think, up front, whether it's, tackles or guards or interior players, there's just a lot of guys that can play the game. It just seems like it's a deeper draft that way. So it just kind of really depends on what you like and what you're looking for, what floats your boat. And the same thing with the quarterback position. You got all these different flavors out there. Just what are you looking for? So there's a bunch of different guys that can play.
A lot of different flavors of the ice cream out here, man. Hey. Hey, you got your strawberry, you got your you got your coffee flavored. Which one do you like, man? I like how he put that. That's good, man. But That's yet another reporter trying to find out extra info that, insider info that's he's not going to give you.
Guys with good skill sets, guys that are smart, guys seem to be more athletic than maybe they were in the past, just as a consensus. So, it'll be interesting to see how things go.
A quick follow-up on that. I know that a lot of mention was made that this was the most unpolished draft as far as quarterbacks and things like that. There wasn't a lot of star power. If you see any players that are, start ready or week one ready, who jumps out at you?
Stop asking for specific players and names. He's not going to give you that. Oh my God, how slow are you people?
Yeah, that's probably a question that we'll save for a little bit later. I'm not comfortable talking about that right now. We haven't had our draft meetings yet, and we haven't had the draft yet. So,
thank you. Correct answer. What else are you expecting out of him? He's not going to hand you an extra cookie, man. Man, what? Why?
I'll keep that one to myself, but I appreciate the question.
Understand.
Yeah, he's not going to answer that question, dude. Like, why are you even wasting his time asking that?
Thanks, Coach.
Yep.
Ben, how you doing, man? Cam Wolf, NFL Network.
Good to see you, Cam.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you too, man. Just following up on Sheena, I guess there's been a lot of conversations about readiness for the quarterback prospects. How do you evaluate that traits versus the readiness to contribute immediately?
Yeah, I'm a big swing for the fences kind of guy, so just because you're ready doesn't mean you're going to be the best. But ready does factor in some scenarios. I think that, experience obviously helps. The more games you play helps. I think your experiences under what type of system you played in may help some guys over others, and I also think maybe experiences in all-star games may help some guys over others. But at the end of the day, you have to pick a player that you're going to be happy with at that position, hopefully for the next decade. And readiness, it plays a part, but it's not everything.
Right.
If I could follow up with just a little of a scheme question. There's a couple quarterbacks here that are coming from like an RPO-centric offense. I'm curious how you see that translate to this league and maybe how easy it is to get that type of system into maybe what you would like to run.
All right, so basically you're asking, are we going to run a version of the RPO? He's not going to tell you that. Straight up, he's not going to tell you that. Again, that's asking for the playbook. That's asking for what's in on his draft board. He's not going to tell you that. Stop, bro. Oh, there's some versions of the RPO that have been successful. No kidding, dude. Have you done your research before you ask that question? How many teams out there are actually running a version of the RPO right now in the NFL? I can see at least 4. At least 4. So he's like, well, all these college guys can run a version of the RPO. How do you see that translating to the NFL? It already has, bro. Look at the NFL. You clearly have not done your homework. If you think that, come on.
Yeah, I think again,
question.
it's to me, it's a skill set question. What kind of skill sets guys have, and I love this stuff. I could talk about it all day. Probably got to be careful about what I say. But when these guys play these RPO offenses, they usually have a pretty good feel on where to go with the ball, and they can pull the trigger pretty quickly. And I think those are two things that are very, very valuable in this league.
That's the basic principles of the RPO, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Appreciate you, man.
Yep.
Come on.
Crypto for all means that people should feel included.
I'm done with this presser, y'all. He ain't telling us anything we don't already know. This is ridiculous. Alright. But hey, you have to look at why you're in the building. I'm geeking. Oh my gosh. You want to listen to the rest of this? I mean, we'll do it. We'll do it. I have no problem doing it. If that's what you want. You're enjoying this. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Why not? We got a few minutes. Why not? Hey.
News One, welcome to Charlotte. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
The question I have, I want to make sure I've got this right now, because you said you like to throw, but you also want to be able to run on your own terms, and you're not ready to commit to a style of offense until you can get out and see the guys do what they do on the field in person. Do I have that right?
Well, yes. You basically just recanted the entire 20-minute interview. Bro, I can't with this media people, man. I can't. Oh my gosh.
You're good. I might as well just go. You can take it from here.
I just want to make sure I'm following along here. So all that being said, are you looking at this offense, without committing to a style, that sort of thing, as a tear down, rebuild,
oh my God, I'm
augmentation? I mean, what is kind of your overall overarching thought on what you have to work with, what you've seen on tape, and the potential of some of the guys that you've witnessed, watching play?
It's not a tear down to me in any stretch of the imagination. We have good players here, and I didn't come here to lose. I believe in, like I said earlier, I believe in the brand. I believe in coach's plan to win. Now,
what in the world are you saying words like tear down? Like, come on, man. That's not what we're trying to do here. Like, this is yet another media person that doesn't understand this team and what we're doing right now. Like, come on, bro. Do your research. Look at all the people that we just added in free agency. Look at all the money we just spent. Does that look like a teardown to you? 2 of those guys came off the Super Bowl Rams team.
The foundation's there. The wins may not have been there yet, but the foundation's there.
I can't deal with these media people, man.
When we go on the field, we just have to ask the players to do what they do best. And you're going to throw the ball at times a little more than you're going to run it. You're going to run it at times more than you're going to throw it, but that has to be a decision. You can't be forced to do those things. You have to do them on different run concepts. It doesn't have to be one.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
All right, guys, we're getting tight here, so let's just do 2 quick ones to finish off. We'll go Vashti and then finish with Jonathan Alexander.
Hi, Coach. Vashti here with Carolina Blitz. I just following up on what you said earlier. You said that Sam Darnold was one of the things that intrigued you about this job. I wanted to know what else intrigued you about taking this position.
A lot of it, is what I just said. I believe in Coach. I've followed Coach. We worked with similar people in New York. We weren't there together. Had a chance to see how he developed the program in Temple. Had a chance to see how he took Baylor and got them back on track after some very tough times.
That is true.
I talked to
Baylor
him.
Did go through some tough
years
times
on the job. Just nothing really worked out. I believe in the brand. I believe in the plan to win, and I see a foundation being set. I see the effort that the guys play with on Sundays. I see that there's an avenue to win, and I believe that
the effort these guys come out with on Sundays, Robbie. Yeah, we're looking at you, bro. Effort-wise. Wake up, bro.
I got on at the right time.
And Matt Rule mentioned that one of the reasons why he hired you was because of your experience in developing quarterbacks or helping quarterbacks. And I think he particularly pointed out Eli Manning. So I was wondering, what do you think was the reason why you were successful in that instance in helping Eli Manning have such an improved year in that year?
Well, I mean, that's probably a better question for Eli than it is for me. But one thing I do believe is, I think you would need to train the players fundamentally. And the quarterback position, you need to train him fundamentally. You need to hold his feet to the fire, and then you need to build everything around his fundamentals and make sure it fits like nuts and bolts. And you need to train them to play the way you want to play. And, take the handcuffs off, so to speak, roll the ball out there and let them go. And teach them how you want them to play and let them play the game. He's throwing it, you're not. If it's in the playbook, you better like it. It's in there, it has your name on it.
Right.
That's what I believe.
Right.
Great.
Good answer.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Coach, for taking the time.
All right, appreciate it.
Good answer, man. I like that. If it's in the playbook, you better like it. That's big facts right there. Alright, so that's been McAdoo, man. There is one other guy that did a presser. I'm trying to think who it was. I don't remember. But Phil Snow did one too. I'm not going to cover that one right now, though. But Phil's pretty solid on what he believes, and he's not going to give away the house, when he speaks. So back to it. We're looking at Kenyon Green, right? 79.8. Yeah, fifth grade. We're looking at 1 sack, 2 hits, quarterback hits, 7 hurries last year, given up by him. We saw him in action on the film study earlier. He's played against LSU, Auburn, Alabama, and South Carolina. I would add Ole Miss to that list as well, I think, because Ole Miss is typically a tough team, man, in the SEC. You wouldn't think so, but they and Alabama have had some legendary battles over the last 5 or 6 years. They've been pretty close. And Mississippi really brings everything to the table on that game. They pretty much circle that Alabama game every year. And they just go hard. Everything that they've got. Every trick play, everything. They throw it at Alabama. So, if you're ever watching an SEC game and you see those two play each other, watch that game. I'm telling you. You go I'll bet you there's at least half a dozen NFL scouts at that game every year. Whether they be for Ole Miss players or for Alabama players. Because you're going to get the best out of both. So, Kenyon Green has typically played left guard, 408 snaps. But he can also play right tackle. He can also play right guard. He's had 81 snaps at left tackle. He's across the board, man. Dude's across the board a little bit. That's interesting. Predominantly pass block snaps, but it's been a pretty good number here. Even Steven, which is good. You want to see that. as far as snaps. Because that tells you like what type of an offense Texas A&M was, you know, how he was used on that line, and why he was used that way. So that 79.8 I think is pretty accurate. So when you're looking for him, he's going to be sitting at 39. But I think he could go a little earlier than that, probably in the 30s range, considering how many different positions he's been able to play last year. And especially considering 3 consecutive weeks, he's started at right guard, and left tackle. So that's interesting. And only allowed 3 pressures over the last 7 games. Yeah, he's a big guy, 323 pounds, 6'4". A lot of these guys are a little underweight for, well, I guess 323 is about right for a guard. You're looking at a guard in this draft. Heavier guy. 320s range is about right. 318 is what you're going to see from some of the smaller guys like Marquise Hayes, you know. But still, I like Kenyon Green. I think he's a good guy. A very powerful mover, you know, on the line. He doesn't have absurd movement skills, you know, but he can get the job done. And that's all that's really required of him. Marquise Hayes is the guy that I was looking at. That's the second one on the board that has my eye. I already kind of went over him. 6'5", 318 pounds. No need to really look at him on tape, but I mean, we've already seen him, right? Joshua, I already. Ooh, excuse me. I already took a look at Joshua here. But if you guys want to see him on tape, I could show him that. I could show that to you. We might as well run through one video of him, just real quick. We looked at him combine-wise, but we didn't see him like in an actual video. So we'll take a look at him in an actual video. After the ad, of course. It's always an ad. Because it's YouTube, and that's what they do. Oof, excuse me. But yeah, if you're on Facebook and you're watching the live stream, the videos, you'll be able to see them live on YouTube. So shift on over to the YouTube channel if you're on Facebook for these film study streams to see what we're looking at. Alright, let's dive on into this dude. Joshua is Zidoo. I want to see him in action. Let's go.
And Sam Howell, the same
nice
thing. He's going to wind up and fire, and it's going to be complete. Newsom off to the races, getting down to the 20. Zidoo gets a...
Alright, now he's shifting over. This is the guy who's going to end up blocking right here.
Great block, the left guard pulling here, picks up Jalen Phillips.
Excellent pull.
Containing, and I love to see, there's the receivers blocking. And now, Virginia.
Alright, so he's right there.
Tech with a couple of touchdowns has made this a one-score game.
Did you notice he shifted off and he blocked another guy? I want y'all to see this. Hold up.
With a couple of touchdowns.
Look, he was originally double teaming this guy right here, and then he shifted off, and then he took care of this dude over here.
Made this a one-score game.
That allowed the hole right there in the gap. And here he is right here. That is second level blocking right there. That's excellent second level blocking.
Out on the slant, and this time perfectly thrown. Daz Newsome breaking tackles.
Everybody's going to be moving.
Now this is a line shift to the left. Everybody's shifting. Therefore, they're probably going to throw it off to the right side here. You know, if you're looking from behind the quarterback.
To the left, and then Carter just does a nice job of pressing the hole and then getting upfield.
Or if you see somebody up front, that's what they're going to end up doing.
Down the field, and it's the tight end, Garrett Walston with a...
Alright, I'm going to need to run that back because Zoom chat just ran out of time. So I had to deal with that real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. Alright. Alright, we're running this play back here. 10 starts, 657 total snaps. Here he is over at left tackle. He's handling his business.
And there they go down the field, and it's the tight end, Garrett Walston with a big...
And that's the Florida State defensive player, too. Florida State has had a very, very significant pass rush. Look at this block. Look at this second level blocking right here.
Bill Longo and Sam Howell are in some kind of zone. I'm not sure the ACC has seen. Case in point, Javonte Williams, another touchdown.
Look at that hole he just created right there. That was beautiful. I like him. Yo, man. Alright, so according to this dude's draft profile, as I previously stated earlier in the stream, we're looking at a guy that could play left tackle and left guard, our most dangerous spots where we need the most help. 459 snaps over here, 274 at the left tackle position. I'd say this is our guy. Only allowed 2 sacks, only allowed 2 hits, allowed 12 hurries in 12 games. That's a winner. Alright, so I'm not going to spend too much time on him since I spent a lot on him today. Ed Ingram. This is a guy I've been looking at before. On a couple of my mocks. But I've never picked him up. 6'3", 307. And they think he's a 4th round pick. I say he's a 3rd. Because if you look at his numbers, last year he only gave up 2 sacks, 1 hit, 8 hurries. And all of that was at left guard. All 806 snaps. So this is predominantly and only a left guard. That's the only position he plays. Alright, so you're looking at 484 pass block snaps. So this is a passing team is what LSU was last year. Versus the run, 322. You still see some of those. They played against UCLA, the Florida Gators, Kentucky, Auburn, Mississippi State, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas A&M, and K-State. That's some serious firepower on that schedule right there. That's resume building right there. And all that was 12 games. Earned a PFF grade of 73.0. He did not test well in the UCLA game. He did, however, test well in the Florida Gators game. So, there you go. That's Ed Ingram. We're going to take a look at a little film for him. And we'll go from there. Ed Ingram highlights. And I'm only doing guys that we have a shot at getting. Whoa. I gotta make this big. Hold up. Is the sound working on it? Let me make sure. Yep. Cool. Alright. Let's rack it up. Let's go. And he is right there. It looks to me like he's a right guard, which we don't really need. Okay. He's a left tackle in this position. Left guard. Alright. Not bad. Good footwork. Good hands. Good strength. Okay. Good opening right there. Alright, so we're looking at number 70, right? So he's going to be right there. He's helping out with this dude. Nothing really to see there. But this is against Alabama, so you're going to see his best. Oh, he is holding his own against that pass rusher, isn't he? Not bad. Not bad at all. He's not even letting him near that quarterback. Not bad, my dude. Okay. I like what I saw right there. Because if you can hold your own against a Alabama pass rusher, you're doing pretty doggone well. You know, you're going to have a lot of luck against people like Auburn, UCLA, West Coast people. You know, you're going to have a lot of luck, man. That's why Ed Ingram has been on my radar. I think there's a few people that have actually gone for Mr. Smith here from Virginia Tech. 314, 6'3". I could see it. Although Virginia Tech doesn't really play anybody. That's the problem. You know, because if you look at the schedule from last year, you're looking at North Carolina Tar Heels, you're looking at Notre Dame, Pitt. It's probably your most dangerous teams. Duke, possibly. could be one of your most dangerous teams as well. It's 70.3, but I mean, what do you expect to learn from a guy like this when he plays Richmond? You know? What do you learn from him when he plays, Middle Tennessee State? You're not going to learn anything. But overall, he gave up 2 sacks last year and 10 hurries. 0 quarterback hits. That's 2 straight years of 0 quarterback hits. In 10 games total, at least. And only 2 sacks. That's good numbers, man. That's really good numbers. But again, he only starts predominantly at left guard. You got 62 snaps over at left tackle, but I mean, that's not enough to want to draft him as a multi-positional guy. You'd only be getting him as a left guard. So, there's that. Whereas with Joshua, he plays like multiple positions. He could play left tackle and left guard. Marquise Hayes predominantly plays left guard, but you can put him at left tackle if you need to in an emergency situation. Then we got Thayer Munford. Let's take a look at him. You are looking at a 6'6", 328-pound senior here. They played Michigan, Oregon, Penn State, Maryland. I would count Maryland at this point, because Maryland was a little tougher than you would think they are on the schedule for this year. But you're seeing 438 pass block snaps versus 266 run block. So this is a pass predominant offense that he was in. Give up 1 sack, give up 1 quarterback hit, 14 hurries in 12 games. He can play left tackle as well. 149 snaps at left tackle. Consistently, he was a left tackle before they moved him over to left guard. So, if you're drafting him, you have to have a huge question mark. Which one are we drafting him for? Or are we drafting him for both? So, so that's 151 later on down in the food chain. We could look at him. Then you got Just Stills down here. I'll check out Thayer Munford though. I'll look at him. Let's see what we got. Ooh, excuse me. He was an offensive tackle during the Shrine Bowl against Oregon. I don't know if I really want to look at the whole video, 15 minutes worth. Let's just see his highlights.
It's the sir.
Alright. Alright, full screen attention here. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good footwork, good hands. This is a good video to really look at it and analyze it, because they've slowed it down and they kept rerunning through it. But look at his hands, look at his arms. They stay engaged on the defender. You know, you don't see. There you go. And he finishes the play, too. If that's his assignment, his pass blocking, he does not let him through. Look at how quickly he shifts from this guy that he thought he was going to block this guy right over to here. Handles his business. Nice. Notice how he pushes him out of the way, so he's got just enough time, you know, to step up and make a throw. There he is there. Hunting for somebody. Nice blocking. That was excellent. That was exactly what I was expecting from him. So there you have it. That is Thayer Munford. 73.7 grade. You got Justin Schaefer down here, which technically, if you're interested in taking a chance on him in a mock draft, do keep in mind that he struggled against Alabama and Florida, as well as Mississippi State. But he did well against Auburn and South Carolina. 6'4", 314 pounds. Now here's the interesting thing is, Georgia actually played my Clemson Tigers. They played Auburn, Kentucky, Florida, Tennessee, who's a little better than people think they are, Alabama twice, and Michigan. So everything that these Georgia guys have on their resumes, offensively and defensively, are legitimate. Alright, so they've earned every grade that they've gotten. So you're thinking split run and pass snaps, 400 each. He gave up 4 sacks, 1 hit, and 15 hurries last year in 15 games. And he is only exclusively a left guard. Nobody else, no other positions, just left guard. Alright, so again, struggled against Bama and Florida. Not a good look. That's why this man is sitting down here at rank 181. Josh Stills. He was on my radar too. 6'6", 325 pounds. 222. He gave up 2 sacks, 4 hits, 9 hurries last year, 13 games. He only plays left guard now, but he did get a ton of snaps at right tackle last year, 2020. 2020 year. And he got 114 snaps at left tackle as well. That's worth noting. So, most notable teams that Oklahoma State has played: Texas, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and if you want to count K-State, you can. If you want to count Boise State, you can. So, again, 6'6", 325, ranked 222. PFF grade of 74.6, not bad, considering. Beyond that, you're not going to find much. So, these are the guys that you're looking at here. And those are your guards. I think we have found our jackpot guard in Mr. Joshua here. I think this is the winner. For me, this is the winner. Currently, we hold picks. Well, let me find out. I want to see what picks we have. Okay, 137. 137. So if we are going to look at this guy, alright, 133. That's tricky, man. I think we might probably miss on Joshua. If we leave these picks as is, we would miss on Marquise. Kenyon Green would be long gone. So our best hope at that point would probably be Ed Ingram if he's still there, Darren Munford, Justin Schaefer, or Josh Stills. Those are your options. And that's not thrilling. So you got to hit on this guard early. That's why I'm saying this first pick has either got to be a guard or a linebacker. One of the two. Whether you trade down or not. I don't think that it's a wise idea to go for quarterback right now. I think we re-sign Cam for 2 years. We go for a guard or a linebacker first round. Trade down, particularly with Philadelphia. Let's see if we can't get that 124, you know? Let's see if we can get that. But if you do trade down with Philadelphia, the 83, because that gives you your choice between Marquise Hayes and Joshua. Now, when you trade with the Eagles, you're going to want the 51 because that gives you a shot at Christian Harris. So, that in mind, if you know that you have a shot at Christian Harris and you're pretty darn sure that you're going to pick him up at 51, then that 15 becomes an availability for a defense tackle, maybe Devontae Wyatt. Maybe then you might go quarterback hunting, maybe. I personally prefer a guard. I would like to have one of these guys here. You know, it all depends on what picks you get in the trade. But it's got to be a trade down. Got to be. Because if you go with what we have right now, you're going to screw yourself out of a lot of different options here. You know, we don't get a pick again until the 4th round. Think about that. That means all of these guys will be gone. All of them. If you go quarterback. All of them. So what I'm telling you is choose wisely with who you trade with. Because that pick number can be the difference between hitting or missing a player like that completely. Like Christian Harris or Joshua. Choose carefully. You know, I still think that number 15 spot with the Eagles is the smartest choice. But you got to make that trade before the draft happens. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. As far as the Eagles are concerned. I personally would throw in Robbie Anderson into that trade. That's just me. You can readjust the speed here however you wish. But look at all these options that you have. The further on down you go, the more options you're going to get. Alright, say, for the people that want us to trade no further than 13, right? We're talking the Vikings, right? Yes, you get those. But that value goes down way down, right? Alright, so as soon as you start asking for a pick in the next year's draft, uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? Like, uh-oh. That number dropped to 83. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, whoever you draft with has an immediate impact on what type of picks you get. Now here, check this out. I'm going to throw Robbie in here. I want y'all to see what we're getting. Can't get the 18, right? Leave the 18. But look at this. Look at all these options we're getting. This. So we're going to throw in 2 7s. Don't need the 242, right? Repair 6s. So now we start negotiating here. Don't need the 166. But look at all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks. 6 choices here for that number 6 and Robbie Anderson. The 2 7s balance out to a higher round 6, round 6. Think about that, man. That number 6 and that Robbie Anderson. That's what it fetches us right there. 15, 51, 83, 101, 124, 1. That's what it would actually get us. Half their picks. So you're looking at the 51, the 51, the 80, 15, the 51, 83, 101. That's what would happen. So those 4. That's pretty doggone shabby right there, man. That's pretty doggone nice, right? Start moving around a couple of players that you're not going to use. Maybe Frank Herron, maybe Shai Smith. You know, you start to accumulate those picks real quick. I'm telling you. First and 4th and 5th rounders. Ka-ching. You know what I'm saying? Like, get aggressive with this stuff, man. And if you want to try this stuff for yourself, it's pff.com/draft/mock draft simulator. As you can see on the screen. You know, give it a shot. Check the stuff out yourself. Post some mocks that you did on our page. I know I'm going to regret that. I know I'm going to regret saying that. But go ahead, man. You know, I want to see what y'all come up with, man. Let's see some other names that y'all are looking at. Maybe I'll take a look at them next week, you know? And we'll see what we're doing with on Monday or Tuesday, you know? Whoever y'all are looking at that point, we'll look at too. It is 2 a.m. I could do a mock draft, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, I'll do one. I'll do one. You want a mock draft? I'll give you one. Why not? Alright. How aggressive do you want me to be with these trades? Before the draft starts. How aggressive do you want me to be? Do you want me to just go all out? do whatever I want to do? Or do you want to... because okay, very aggressive. All right. So you're going to give me free reign on this one? All right. That's how you want it. All right. All right, I'm on that. I want that. I want that. Okay, be like Scott Fitterer. Okay. Be like Scott Fitterer. Alright, so you want it realistic to the NFL draft? As realistic as possible? Or do you want me to just... Because if you're looking for me to be as realistic to the NFL draft is, then I gotta tailor the trade picks to what that would be, Personally, okay. Alright, yeah. Kind of realistic, but aggressive. Okay. Kind of realistic, but aggressive. Okay. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you, Lock Poppy. Sure, we could do that. I kind of want to ask for that 154. I want to trade Robbie Anderson. I really want to trade Robbie Anderson. Do you want him gone in this mock draft? Also, are we operating under the assumption that Cam Newton gets re-signed, or are we looking for a quarterback for the second string? That's the two questions I got for you. Trade him? Alright. Alright, so as far as the quarterback, are we looking for a quarterback, or are we operating on the assumption we re-sign Cam? Because that's what I want to know. Look for a quarterback. Okay. Okay. Alright. Now, I do want to keep... I want y'all to keep in mind that when I did this before, Malik Willis was available at 15. And I would have still been able to get Christian Harris. Otherwise, I would have had to settle for Haskell Garrett. So that's just FYI. Instead of Devontae Wyatt. That's going to be the difference maker here. Alright. Yeah. Alright. So now here is my little touch on this draft. I'm going to throw... I'm actually there for 2 6s. That's my little touch on this draft. Because I want to upgrade. I kind of want to leave that 242 alone. Because we did get a piece at 242. I feel like we could now ask for one of these. One of these two. Either the 162 or the 166. Personally, I'd rather have the 162. Because of what we're hunting around that area. I like it. 90% chance of getting put through. Is there a chance that happens? 84%? Nah. We don't want to ask for the 166. Definitely, I don't force trades, so everybody knows this. It either works or it doesn't. I like it. You want to green light this one? You think this is the right trade to make? I'm sending it. Let's do it. It has been accepted. Excellent. Now I'm going to trade again. This is where I'm going to get a little bit cheeky. Because I want to trade some people that we're not going to use. I'm going to start with... I personally don't like Michael Jordan. I want him gone. I think we could draft a replacement for him. Easy. Now, as far as what team needs an offensive lineman, this is where I would, if I was the actual GM, I would start packaging these linemen up, or these players up, and seeing what I could get, higher picks than just one pick. I would get real aggressive with this, because this is where you start messing around with 4th and 5th rounders. I think Giants need some people. Lions or Texans? Okay, yeah, I do plan on trading with the Texans in a minute for one of those players. The Lions, possibly. Let's see what we can get from the... Okay, 177 is possible. Okay, so 177. Now, I'm going to look at my board here. Let me see what's available at 177. That means I gotta go for Tyrek Smith way before that. Because Tyrek Smith is sitting at 161. See, if you don't pick him, you miss your shot. Because that's 162 right there. You miss your shot. And that's an excellent edge rusher that you gotta have. So I don't like that. See, it all depends on what you're targeting. The highest 100 number we can get is what we want. 112, no. Try again. Steelers, no. Jets. Okay, this is the 117. We could do that. We could do a 17. We could do a 117. Absolutely. Wonder if the Eagles will take Garner in the draft. Whether they'll trade him, you mean? because they already have Gardner. He's already on their roster. It's risky to ask for an extra pick on this. Michael Jordan for a 117 though? I mean, you're probably not going to get a better deal on this one. I kind of like it. We've already got 11 picks right now. I like it. Let's go. Done. Cool. Alright, we got the 117. Not bad. Who else can we move? Now at this point, I'm trying to set up my 2023 draft and 2024 draft. So I'm not just stopping it at this year. I don't know why Morgan Fox is still on here. I think we get rid of Frank. We're not going to use Frank. I'm willing to give Dennis Daly another shot, but he better be a third stringer. Second to third stringer. Personally, if it was my team, I would trade him, but that's just me. You know? Alright, here's Frank. Frank, we're not going to use. That's a camp body. My opinion. That's a camp body. Because I could find a replacement. I've already got somebody in mind for him. That's a defensive tackle, right? Yeah, I'm already looking at Haskell Garrett from Ohio State to replace him. So, alright, so Texans are looking for defensive players, right? We can look at Pat Eflin. Sure. Pat Eflin is starting left guard. See, we don't want to trade two of these guys, though. This is where I would start packaging people. You know? That does take away a center spot, but I'm thinking about filling him with Alec Winstrom, you know, as a draft pick. And then Sam Tackleberg. Alright, so I should be able to get Alec Winstrom easily. He's down there in the list. And, yeah, I don't have him listed, but I know he's way on down there in the 200 range. So, you know, I should easily be able to get Alec. Not a problem. With the picks I have. But see, I don't know how I feel about trading like two guards off this list, you know, and leaving Dennis Daly there with two rookie guards. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how I feel about that. I think ride it out one more year with Pat Eflin and a rookie guard here that may get a good chunk of the starting snaps. And if we have to, you know, back up in fourth string. See what I'm doing here? I think it's too risky. I want to see how much he's worth, though. I'm curious. Okay, 183. That's with the Texans. Lions. Definitely worth the 177. I'm looking to go a bit higher, though. 112, no. Okay, so he's worth at least 147. See if we can go a little higher. Who do we risk it with? Who do we look at? Denver won't give him up for a 116. I know that. Nah, there's no way. That's a 73%. Alright, so we know essentially where the line is pretty much being drawn. KC, maybe. Looking at the 121. Yep. So if you really wanted to move Pat Eflin, you could get him moved for a 121. I don't know that I would push any higher than that. Because then you're dealing with division rival Saints, and you don't want to move. You don't want to trade with them. I'm just seeing how much Pat's worth, you know. You asked about him, so that's what I'm saying. Alright, so at this point, I am trying to add on picks to 2023 and 24. So from this point on, I want Frank. I want Frank moved to the Texans. Yeah. We're seeing how much he's worth. Okay, 183. We should be able to get a round 5 for him. Round 5 and a... Okay, well, just a round 5 is okay. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. I would take round 5 for him. I was hoping to get 2 picks out of that, but that's alright. You know. Take what you can get, right? We're not even going to use Frank, to be honest. Because if you look at it, we've got Bravion Roy, we've got Davion Nixon. He's a third stringer. He's a third stringer camp body. Yeah. And you could find a defensive tackle. I'm going to replace him with Haskell Garrett. That's what I'm going to do. Done. Cool. Alright. I just want to show people what Sam Darnold is worth. Just for the people that are interested in that. Sam is worth a 5th. A 4th or a 5th. Big yikes, right? I just want y'all to know that. Alright. I don't think we really want to move anybody else. Let's get this thing rolling. Now, I will warn you, this is only the second mock draft today that I've seen Malik drop to 15. I don't think he's going to drop to 15 again. We got lucky. There's Evan Neal, there's Cross. Garrett Wilson. What in the world? Did we just get lucky? There's no way. That's the third mock draft in a row I've actually gotten lucky and Malik was there. How, bro? Like, how does Washington go for a wide receiver? I don't understand this. There's no way. He's gone at 11. He's 1,000% gone in real life at 11. There's no way we get him. That's amazing. Well, I think we all know what the pick is. Come on. What's he doing at number 30 on the PFF rank? That's amazing. Alright, well, we own the 51 pick, so I say that's got to be Christian Harris after that one. Yeah, we're going Malik. That's a no-brainer. There goes Nakobe Dean. Went to the Chiefs. Deontay Wyatt, gone. I'll also warn you that there's a couple of these underhanded teams that do sneak up and they do like to reach for some players that might be on our board. So be aware of that. Wow, Sam Howell is still there. At 51? Are you... What is happening this draft? Alright. Well, I didn't see Christian Harris, so... I think the pick is obvious here. I'm still not seeing him. Well, we don't want to wait until 83. I know that. We got to grab him now. It's going to be gone as well. I think we can wait until the third round for the guard. There's a lot of spots left to be taken off the board before that happens. There he is, Christian Harris. Boom, drafting him. That's an obvious pick for me right there. No doubt, man. No doubt. There's Jamari Sawyer. It's also on my radar. I'm just kind of pointing out who's on my radar and who isn't, you know, as we go along. I think it's pretty much Aiden is going to the Jags. Evan Neal is going to be in the top 5. Akeem is going to be in the top 5. Trevon Walker. obviously. N'Kobe Dean goes to the Steelers. That's on my list. Trevor Penning, if you like tackle. Devontae Wyatt, who I previously took, went to the Cards. And typically on most of these mock drafts, Andrew Booth Jr. goes to the Eagles, at 19. They're looking for a corner. So that tells me right there, if the Eagles don't pick up Andrew Booth Jr., he's going to the Cowboys. That's the best corner on the board, in my opinion. Always got to point out my Clemson boys, I do love them. Let's see. Oh, Kenyon Green. There's one of the guys we mentioned earlier in the stream. Goes to the Seahawks. I'm not seeing anybody else. Okay. So there's Christian Harris. There goes Sam Howell to the Cards. There's Nick Cross dropping to 71 right there. Jeremy Sawyer, I pointed him out. He's one of the better tackles on the list. Goes to the Broncos. Okay, so I did not expect to see Brian still on this list. That's an interesting one. Oh, here's the other quarterback that was pointed out to me was Carson Strong from Nevada. 5 big-time throws and 0 turnover-worthy plays versus Colorado State. Has the furthest air yard throw in college football in 2020, nearly 70 yards. So, I just wanted to point him out real quick, and then we'll continue on with this draft. But, he played against Cal and Colorado State. But really, that was the biggest teams that he came across. 36 touchdowns, though. Over 4,000 yards. And look at the completion percentage is over 65, Really good. Considering interception rate is below 10. Gotta love that. So I just wanted to point him out. If you guys want to look up his highlights, I'll actually post that highlight video later on, so people can look at it. Alright, so who's still here? Who we still got? Ooh, Mathis. Not bad. Not bad. Mathis has been on my list. There's Marquise Hayes. Alright, so we got pick 101. Keep that in mind. There's a couple of these guys we don't have to immediately jump on. There's Piet Fair, 120. Interesting. We may be able to play around with this pick. We may be able to. Do we want another linebacker? Or do we want Mathis? That's the choice right now. Do we want Brian from Oklahoma at linebacker, or do we want Mathis? Personally, I think I'm going to choose Mathis because that's the best defensive tackle on the board right now. By far. Marquise Hayes is here at 103. Ooh, Marquise Hayes just got put on the list because here's the thing, man. That's real close to that 101, and I don't know. I don't know if he's still going to be there or not. This is a tough call. So for me, it's going to be Mathis or Hayes. You know, do you want Mathis, the best defensive tackle on the board, or do you want Hayes, that's going to be a solid guard? Or would you rather settle for the guard from North Carolina that can also play left tackle? That's a little less talented than Hayes. So we could do that. You know, we have that guard to fall back on. But we don't necessarily have that defensive tackle to fall back on. This is our one shot at Mathis if we want to take it. Otherwise, we're settling for Garrett from Ohio State. Down there at 186. And that's way on down the list. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. If we go for Hayes and the guard from North Carolina, we get two solid guards. But we sacrifice that defensive tackle talent. You know what I mean? It's a risky play. But we need guard a lot. We need it desperately. That's a tough call, man. That's a very tough call. This is where the discussions really start. Right here. You know? We do have Brandon Smith at 118. I don't think I'm going to go for him, though. I'm going to stay away from Brandon Smith. Mathis or Hayes. Let's look at Mathis real quick. Let's see what we're doing with here. Career high 5 run stops versus LSU. 93.4 pass rushing grade versus Mississippi State. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good resume right there. You can't argue with it. We need a run stopper. And Mathis is exactly that. 6'4", 310 pounds. You know, like I say, we only get one shot at this dude. But look at this. He plays A gap, B gap, and over tackle. You know, you can't argue with that. He had 7 sacks, 6 hits, 12 hurries last year, 2 batted balls. Bottom line, this is a nasty player right here. We let him go. Personally, I would not want to play against him. You know, he went against Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi State, LSU, Georgia twice, and Auburn. He's tested. He's battle tested. So that 78.5 you see right there is legitimate. I don't know, man. I think since... Let me take a look at the defensive tackles again. We got Matt Initis. We got Derek Brown. I'd say we're doing okay at defensive tackle. You know, we don't necessarily have to have a high-grade guy at defensive tackle, third string, unless we really want him. You know what I mean? We could definitely settle for Garrett. I'd be okay. Yeah, I'm going guard. Brian is tempting. I'm going to tell you that right now. Brian is tempting. With the linebacker position where it is right now, Brian is tempting. So then the question becomes Brian versus Marquise Hayes. Both of them from Oklahoma. So either way, we're drafting an Oklahoma guy at this point. Do you want a linebacker or do you want a guard? Tough call, man. Hey, at this point, we get two guards. We get two solid guards. I'm so tempted to go Brian here. I'm so tempted. 6 foot even, 226. 8 career stops versus Oklahoma State. 1 touchdown allowed. 3 forced fumbles. Look at those numbers. 68 total tackles, 19 assists, 7 missed tackles. That's hard to argue with right there. But you're only getting a box guy. That's the thing. We need a defensive line guy. If we look at Garrett, where is Garrett? I'm looking at, hold up. Yeah, the people would probably want a guard, that's true. This is the guy I was looking at. $16 missed tackles. That's not bad, you know, considering that late in the draft for Zacoby. That's not bad. He's actually had a few snaps on the defensive line. I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right, though. I think we go Marquise Hayes. I think if we miss our shot at him, we're not getting another one. Yes, it would. I'm willing to sacrifice a letter grade on guard to get that North Carolina guard. I think that's the one we want. Because you're looking at a guard that could play left tackle and left guard. You know what I'm saying? He could play both positions. And solidly. Marquise Hayes only plays left guard. So to me, I think it would be beneficial to have somebody that can play both. I'm willing to take that chance. We need linebackers. I'm going Brian. I'm taking the risk. There goes Mathis, expectedly. It's a ballsy play, man. It's a ballsy play. Yes, he's still there. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, that's beautiful. This is our draft log, Poppy. How about that, man? Look at this. We are in luck, sir. Alright, I think Marquise Hayes is definitely the pick. Definitely. Oh, definitely. I'm not seeing anybody that's on my... Oh, there he is. 133. Okay. Okay. We could get him at a... Ooh. Look at that. We got a shot at Justin Ross, too. To replace Robbie Anderson. Oh, this is money right here. This is money right here. You got Ed Ingram in case you miss on our guy here, Joshua. I think we got some money going on right now. Oh, I like this. I like how this is rolling. There anybody that would keep me from getting Marquise Hayes? Anybody that would make me be tempted to go in a different direction? No, 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 no. That's a defensive tackle from Tennessee. No. Nope. I'm going Marquise Hayes. Let's go. Whew. What a beautiful draft. What a beautiful draft, my friend. Okay. Okay. Stay away from my people, man. There goes Ed Ingram. Alright, so what that tells me right there, Washington goes Ed Ingram. Watch that pick right there, 113. Keep an eye on that one. That's dangerous. And I'm surprised they didn't go for the guy I was looking at. Because we're about to grab him right now. Ooh, yes, sir. drafted. I want him. Hometown boy from the Carolinas. Oh, Raiders just got Justin Ross. Oh, wow. Oh, well. It is what it is, you know. We can find somebody at wide receiver in free agent list. I'm sure. I'm not that worried about that one. You know, that's not the one that bothers me. Now, Tyrek goes off the board. That's not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to have Tyrek. What else is on the board that we might be interested in? I'm staying away from Schaefer. Christopher Al. This is gross right here. We don't have anything till Alec Winstrom down here at 198. And Garrett at 199. Darian Kendrick will probably be gone by the time we try to pick somebody. Oh. That's looking nasty right there. Nah. I don't like that. Solid picks. Appreciate it, man. Good thing we're not looking for a running back right now. We got tons of them in here. Alright, 161. I think Tyrek is probably the next pick that we're going to make. I'm staying away from Baylor, people. Staying away from them. Nope. 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 Staying away from them Baylor people, man. I want Matt Rule gone. We don't need no more Baylor people. No more. Let's see. Oh, that's tough, man. There's that guard from Virginia Tech. Huh. Okay. There, Munford. See, the reason I'm staying away from him, I'll show you why I'm staying away from this dude. Well, that's actually really good. Left guard numbers. Snaps wise, left tackle numbers, pretty good. But that's just predominantly pass blocks, though. And they haven't really played anybody. If you look at the schedule, it's like Utah, Michigan. Michigan's probably the biggest one. Penn State, Maryland. You want to throw Maryland on that list of teams that they've faced? Yeah, that's gonna be a no. That's gonna be a no from me. I think the pick's got to be Tyrek. Tyrek to me. I'm not seeing anything else I like. Uh, 161 ranking, and this is pick 137. Are we reaching? do we want to, like, trade down and get a pick for next year? Do you think we're reaching here? Or do you think it's dangerous not to grab them here? Let's go ahead and grab them. Screw it. If we get a shot at like a trade down, then yes, we'll go ahead and do it, you know, and pick up a pick for next year. But I'm not gonna push it though. You know what I mean? If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So we got our edge rusher. Happy with that. I'm not seeing anything on this first row I like. Nothing. Nothing. This is garbage. Dadgum. Ooh, a safety from Oregon. Hold up. Hold up. Hold the phone. 1 interception, 2 pass block against Ohio State. Interception on only target against Utah. Hello. Who are you? You're a new one. I haven't seen you before. 57 tackles. 18 assists, 17 missed. Okay. He's played deep ball, box, and slot. Okay. Who have you played against? Ohio State, Stanford, UCLA, Cal, Utah twice, and Oklahoma. Okay, so that's 65.8's been battle tested and earned. Okay, good to know. Okay. Why did he only play 7 games in 2020? That's what I want to know. Okay, that's a bit more. In the same amount of coverage snaps, basically. Run defense snaps. Okay. Interesting. What's his trend look like? He's trending upward a little. Interesting. That's interesting. And I was looking at who before at safety. Again, who I was looking at. It wasn't Trey Sterling. It was the guy from Michigan, right? I want to compare notes. This might be tempting right here. Yeah, Brad Hawkins. What do we got for him? We might be able to upgrade here. Ooh, that 83 though. I like that 83. Because you got Georgia, you got Ohio State on this list, you got Penn State, Maryland, Nebraska, Wisconsin. All those teams are consistently good. And will battle test you. Okay, so we spent 226 snaps in the box. Whoa. Only 8 missed tackles? Okay, yep. We're still sticking with this dude. That's not even a contest. Numbers-wise, that's not even a contest, bro. It's Brad Hawkins all the way. You know, same amount of tackles, same amount of assists. You know. I like what I'm seeing from Brad. Yep. Okay. Okay. Christopher Allen. This might be our screw around pick here. That's what I'm feeling. Because we don't have to make a move until like 162. So we got like 3 picks. But we gotta make sure that we get both of these guys. Alright, so that would be 154, 162. For these two. So 144, 149, we're screwing around. Essentially. I could lock up Darian here. I could lock him up. That could be a pick. Okay. And we get Brad West, maybe? Yeah. We get Brad with the last pick. Because, frankly, I'm not seeing... Oh, this Cade Mays. Okay, Cade Mays. I got you. 231. Alright, so Cade Mays is going to be that 242 pick, right? That's what we're looking at. We want to tackle. I really like Cade Mays. I think he's a solid guy. If we're really dead set on getting a corner, it could be Mario from Clemson. Oh, there's Zacoby as well. Ooh. I think we trade down that 144. I think we trade it down. I think this is the move. We trade that down. We'll see what we get. Now is the proper time. Yeah, that's point. Who's interested in trading it? How far down are we willing to go? That's another one. That's another thing. Because I think we need one more pick to get all the people that I want. Right, 190 something, right? Because there is absolute garbage before Alec Winstrom at 198. Absolute garbage. I wouldn't even touch it. unless there's a wide receiver in there, then maybe I'm interested. But it better be a really good one. No on Tennessee, no on Baylor, absolutely not. Show me something worth my time. Otherwise, I'm not bothering with it. No. Show me something worth my time. Don't care about Tulsa. Don't care about Texas Tech. They're not running that offense anymore, so I don't care. Rutgers, don't care. Alright. Alright, so 198. We want to make sure that this gets traded down. And we'll use the 149 on Alec Winstrom. That's what we'll do. The 154 on Haskell Garrett here. And whatever we get from there, we'll see, you know. Alright, who am I targeting? Let's go backwards here. Let's see which ones we're getting, right? Stay away from Trister. There's Gamble if you want another linebacker. Or Balin Spector if you want another linebacker. Personally, I think he's going to be undrafted, though. So I think we just pick him up for free. I think that's a good move. And I would prefer the Clemson linebackers over North Carolina linebackers because of Venables. That's just me, you know. Because you know what you're going to get. Alright. Right, Cade Mays is going to be 242. We know that for a fact. Unless... yeah, we're not getting Mario. No chance. We would need something a little deeper than 242 if we want Mario. You know, a little further up. We'll let Mario instead of that other corner. Who was the other corner we were looking at? Not Sean Jolly. No. Darren Kendrick. Yeah, we're going to want to target Darian. So I'm going to need him at 199. Where's Cade Mays? Where's Cade? Where's Cade? Where's Cade? There he is. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask for a 215 or something like that for Cade Mays in the trade down. Alright, what else are we looking at? Well, we're not getting him. That's fine with me. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna want another 200 something for Zacoby here. We could just ask for like 2 high level ones here then. High number ones. That'd be fine. Even the Texans, man, like, I would... That's not too low for us. I think we'll be fine. No matter which one we pick. 205. 207. Ooh, we can get both. Hello. Can I be so bold as to ask for a 6th? I can. How about a 5th? No? Okay. And a 7th as well? Come on now. That's way too generous. That's 100% on that trade? Doing it. Let's go. Oh, that's beautiful right there. Yeah, no way they touch our players now. No way they touch our players. We got this. Alright, so at this point it's a numbers game. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Six. And an extra linebacker on top of that. 7. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. There we go. There it is. It equaled out perfectly, folks. That's how it's done. I do not trust an Ohio State guard this late in the draft. I do not trust it at all. I don't know what he's doing down here, but I don't like it. Nope, staying away from that. I do not trust that. Yikes. Alright. Well, we know what picks we need to make. Let's go make them. Pretty happy with this draft so far. Stay away from my players. Thank you. They ain't gonna touch my players after this. They just simply won't. They're so far down the number chain, they're not gonna touch them now. Garrett. That's what we're looking for. Yes, sir. Every one of the ones I'm looking for is still on here. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. Oh, that's a safety. Okay. Okay. Where's my man Darian Kendrick? That's what I want to know. There he is. Okay. Right above my safety. Okay. Alright, so if we go for him now. 207. Both of them will still be there. Yep, we're still getting both. Just making sure we're still on schedule here. Cade Mays at 231. Yep. Right on schedule. I don't know that we get Mario. I think we get a shot at Mario, but I don't think we get him. I like Spectre with that last pick, though. I really, really like it. Because, I'm going to tell you, I know exactly what we're getting when we get him. Okay. Nothing else getting in our way. Alright. And Kendrick, go. Stay away from my players. Stay away from my players. Stay away. Stay away. There goes Mario. I knew it. I knew somebody's gonna reach for him. I knew it, bro. No! Cade Mays got taken by the Saints. There goes our tackle. Oh. Daggum. Well. Hey, if we only missed on tackle, we did pretty well. We did real well. I'm happy with it. Alright, so learning experience, right? We go for Cade Mays next time. Instead of a corner. right? Instead of Darian Kendrick, we go for Cade Mays. Got it. Not a problem. Alright, that means we just need a tackle. Alright, so who do we go for? There's a TCU guy. Okay, here's the weird thing. Hear me out now. There is Darren Rosenthal, but I feel like we hit on tackle anyway. Because we got that guy from North Carolina, right? So we could shift him over to tackle should we need to. So technically, we got tackle. Plus, there's Alec Winstrom too. So I feel like we might have already gotten tackle. If that makes any sense. Let me see about yeah, we may have won. We may have won the battle here. Okay, he's only played center. I was hearing rumors that he also played guard. Like, people were telling me that he also played guard. That's the thing, man. I don't know what to believe. According to his snap counts, he's only played center. Okay. So maybe all those rumors were not true. I'm gonna say we won at tackle though. I like this. This is good though. This is good. This gives us a reason to look at all the rest of these guys, which I don't mind. Georgia Southern, Mississippi State. Right tackle. Don't need right tackle. We need left. That's what we get when we start being cute, though. You know what I mean? Like, I need to see a snap count. Left tackle. Okay. Cool. 10 hurries, 8 hits, 1 sack. He's playing against South Carolina, Georgia, LSU, Tennessee, and Florida. Alright. I think we found our tackle. I think it's got to be Darren Rosenthal. Alright, not a big deal, man. We found a way around it. Sick, dude. Oh, there's Rambo. I don't know nothing about Rambo now. Alright. There's our next pick. And then there's linebacker. Right? Let's get a double check. Okay. Alright, anybody in that first row one more time. I just gotta double check one more time. Red Hawkins, yep, there it is. That's the pick. Okay. Excellent. They aren't interested in my dudes. Dear Rosenthal. Sean Higgins. Okay, cool. Cool. That's fine. Y'all can have him. Let's see. Jacoby. Done. Grabbing him. Christopher Allen. Okay. Excuse me. Stay away from my players, though. There goes Gamble. That's okay. That's not who I was going for anyway. I want Balin Spector at linebacker. Boom. I just slayed. I don't care what they grade me. They can grade me whatever they want on this. I don't care. I hit on every position of need that we have. Every one of them. C+, huh? Alright. Alright. So just to review, guys, we traded Robbie Anderson, the number 6 pick, in the 2 7s, for a 15, 51, 83, 101, 154, 162, and 2 6th round picks. We picked up Malik Willis, Christian Harris, Brian, the linebacker from Oklahoma. Marquise Hayes, the guard from Oklahoma. We traded Michael Jordan to the Jets. Picked up a 117. Picked up Joshua Zidoo with that pick. 137, we went edge rusher. We went Tyrek Smith. 149, we went Alec Winstrom with the center. 154, we got Haskell Garrett, the defensive tackle. 162, we went Darian Kendrick with the corner. 199, we went safety. We went Brad Hawkins. 205, we went tackle with Dare Rosenthal. We traded down with the Texans. We moved our 144 for the 205, 207, round 6, and round 7. We picked up Mclean, the linebacker. And we also picked up Balin Spector, the linebacker of Clemson. And we ended up trading Frank Heron for a round 5 next year. So, essentially what we got was a quarterback, 4 linebackers, 2 guards, an edge rusher, a center, a defensive tackle, a corner, a safety, a tackle, and a few picks for next year. I'd say we did pretty doggone well. Ladies and gents, we did well. I'm pleased with this one. I'm very pleased with this one. They gave me an A grade for Brian, huh? Interesting. C grade for Marquise Hayes. Okay. D grade for Joshua. I disagree with that grade. But, you know, it is what it is. I disagree with the D grade for Brad Hawkins. I think that, you know, Brad Hawkins is going to rise up to exactly where I picked him up at. Dare Rosenthal, C. They liked my trade down. Jacoby McLean. They didn't like that one. Okay. So overall, a C+. They gave me an F for Christian Harris. I disagree completely. I think Christian Harris is the best linebacker on the board. Y'all can say what you want to say. It's tough to convince me otherwise. It really is. I mean, Brian could make an argument, but, you know, Brian could make it debatable. But Christian Harris, to me, is the best one. No doubt. Darian Kendrick, I mean, we just added to the corner room just because we could. You know, it was there. Normally I would have gone for Caden Mays, but, you know, I didn't realize that he was going to be gone. So, substitute out Darian for Caden Mays at tackle. And we probably would have gone somewhere else with that pick right there of the 205. Probably Jacoby. And we would have gotten the North Carolina linebacker as well as Balin Spector. So, you know, that's probably what I would have done. That's what I would have done differently, folks. Alright, so I'll go ahead and download that one. I will make sure to post that on the page. For everybody to see. I think you'll like this one. There we go. Alright, and posted. Alright, that will do it for this stream, folks. Thank you so much for coming by. That is the guards film study done. The next one on the list for film study is tackles. That'll be happening either Monday or Tuesday, along with a mock draft stream right before it. So yeah, we'll be doing a stream Monday or Tuesday. Then I'll be doing one on if I do a stream on Monday, then I'll be doing one on Thursday. On Wednesday, I mean. Wait. Let me rehash here. Monday stream, Wednesday stream. No, Monday and Tuesday stream. Wednesday will be the day off. Thursday will be the beginning of the draft. So, I'll be taking the day right before the draft off to relax a little bit, prepare myself, and get set up schedule-wise. And I'll be announcing the drafts stream schedule on Monday. So be looking for that on Monday, ladies and gentlemen, on the Keep Pounding Facebook group page. So be looking for that. And I will see you guys on Monday for the next stream as we prepare for the draft, the final week. Thank you guys so much for watching and supporting the channel. Love you guys so much. Shout out to Lock Poppy. Shout out to David and Vietnam Appreciate all y'all on YouTube. Appreciate Sean, Ryan, Herschel, Derek, Emerson L, Carl. Appreciate y'all on Facebook. Shout out to anyone that is a new member or wanting to become a new member of the Facebook group. And shout out to all the new subs of the channel as well. You know, y'all know who you are. I'm not going to shout out names right now, but, you know, I'll do that at a later date. Thank you so much. And lastly, shout out to Ryan. So, there you go. Alright, thank you guys so much. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far. If you did, hit that like button. And we'll catch you guys on Monday for the mock draft / film study stream for offensive tackles and defensive ends. So I'll see you guys then. Have a wonderful night or day wherever you are watching this from, and stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Remember, we're a Panthers family. Love. As always, it is a pleasure. And I will see you guys next time. As always, keep pounding.
Hold it.